morning, everybody. This hearing, conducted by the Committee on General Governmental Operations and Cultural Affairs, will not come to order. Notice of this hearing was provided to the media and published as per statute. And we have several bills on to be heard today. It was disseminated on electronic format on March 11th, and second notice was published on the 16th. We have four bills. We'll start with 289, an act to amend subsection C, 2151 of Part C, Article 2, Chapter 5, Title 5 of the Guam Code, annotated relative to permitting alternative dispute resolution and contracts approved by the Government of Guam Retirement Fund. This bill was introduced at the request of the Retirement Fund to address some issues that they're having with their financial advisors and the better way to, or at least the best way, to resolve those disputes and those contracts. We have representing the Retirement Fund, Ms. Bloss, Mr. Camacho, and Ms. Grimes. Welcome home. I still consider this your home. Come on. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Speaker and members of the committee. My name is Paula Bloss, the Director of the Government of Guam Retirement Fund. We are here in support of Bill 289-32 that, if you enact this into law, would provide the fund with greater flexibility and discretion in matters involving the fund's solicitation, selection, and retention of professional service providers. Specifically, Bill 289-32 would authorize the use of alternative dispute resolutions in contracts between the fund and its professional service providers. ADR will ensure that in the unlikely event of a contract performance dispute that cannot be resolved by mutual consent, there will be a predictable, orderly, efficient, and fair process for prompt resolution. Bill 289-32 is not intended to favor professional service contractors. It is intended only to bring certainty to the process for resolving these controversies, which under current procurement law is ambiguous and confusing, making risk assessment and contract pricing difficult. By clarifying ADR as an authorized process for resolving contract disputes, the Retirement Fund anticipates that it will encourage a greater pool of potential qualified service providers and lead to a more competitive pricing. I have with me today Joanne Grimes and Vince Camacho from Carl Smith Ball that would answer any questions you have regarding our testimony or the bill itself. There is written testimony that has been submitted in greater detail. Thank you.
Ms. Grimes? When the light goes on, it's...
Thank you, Mr. Vice Speaker. And good morning to all committee members. I'd like to distill the position statement and summarize it. This bill pertains to the procurement statute, but is very, very narrow in scope and impact. It pertains only to the Retirement Fund as the only agency. It pertains only to the fund's procurement of professional service providers. Does not pertain to the fund's purchase of chairs, computers, air conditioning, etc. It's just very narrow. It pertains only to post-contract controversies that may arise. So it doesn't involve the procurement process, the selection, retention of the professional service providers. It arises post-contract. And it really involves disputes that cannot be resolved between the fund and the professional service contractor by mutual consent. And I do want to point out that there is no history ever of litigation between the fund and its professional service providers. So this is not intended to pertain to a specific known dispute at this time. What this bill will do is expand Section 5121E, which had been enacted back in 2007 to provide the Board of Trustees with exclusive authority to contract with its professional service providers. The Board of Trustees was given the exclusive authority to approve and execute all contracts. However, the Guam procurement law mandates that in all government contracts, contracts must contain certain clauses. Among those clauses is a legal and contractual remedies clause, and it provides the process for resolving disputes if they can't be resolved by mutual consent. It's under 5427 of the procurement law. But there's no real authority for the parties to agree to other forms of dispute resolution, where in contrast, Chapter 42B, 7 GCA Chapter 42B has been supported by the judiciary, and it allows for alternative dispute resolution in the form of mediation or arbitration, which is encouraged for cases filed in the Superior Court of Guam. So for non-government cases, alternative dispute resolution is encouraged, but yet for government contracts, there's no provision. I'm not sure if the law hasn't caught up with ADR as a means for dispute resolution, but that's the way that it is. As stated in the bill, the ADR has many advantages, but particularly it's the certainty that it provides for a dispute resolution process that may be confusing, maybe slightly ambiguous under the procurement code. As stated in the bill, ADR provides opportunities for the parties to resolve controversies before experienced fact finders knowledgeable in the subject matter of the dispute. And this is particularly important in very complex areas such as the investment area, actuarial, custodial matters that may be difficult to explain for people who are not experienced in that area. It will reduce some of the litigation costs typically arising from protracted administrative and judicial proceedings. It'll reduce duplicative review, decision, and appeal, and provide greater certainty as to jurisdiction, venue, finality, and procedural time frames, all of which are more likely to enhance competition and potentially reduce fees and costs in the solicitation and retention of professional service providers. So what this comes down to is, again, this is all theoretical. There's never been a dispute between the fund and its professional service providers, but the market environment for defined benefit plans or public sector defined benefit plans nationwide is very risky, especially for underfunded plans. And the insurance companies that insure the professional service providers look at the risk pool and look for certainty of dispute resolution, whether or not it's actually going to occur. And we don't know what goes into the risk pool, but it's possible that they could put Guam into the same risk pool category as, for example, the CNMI. And you know about the legislation in the CNMI, the derivative, the beneficiaries legislation, all of which adds to the risk pool. It's possible that Guam is lumped in, for example, with Puerto Rico. We know what Puerto Rico's problems now with their severely underfunded defined benefit plan. So with those risks, we think that the fund would probably experience the same type of pricing options by the contractors. So this bill would calm things down and provide some certainty that in the unlikely event of a dispute, ADR is a possibility, and that can provide some certainty and comfort to the providers. And hopefully nothing ever comes to litigation. And lastly, this bill is not intended to provide any type of favorable treatment to the professional service providers. It deals with process, not substantive law. None of the law changes in terms of what would constitute liability or damages. It really just provides flexibility for the fund to agree to some form of ADR in their contracts, ultimately to the benefit of the fund as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kumar, did you want to add anything else? Okay, I just wanted to underscore that, Ms. Grimes, that there is no and there has not been a ongoing litigation with the fund with any of its professionals.
No, never.
It hasn't happened, and I really do think that when you mentioned at ADR, we have a couple of bills. I don't see Senator Abbott, but in amending the procurement statute in a couple of pieces of legislation, there is some discussion about finally catching up with the judiciary that is encouraging alternative dispute resolution. And so we hope to do that in the procurement statute. I don't know where that's going, but I wanted to make sure that we address this issue in the retirement fund for sure, and make sure that it's post, not the pre-award issues. It's just post, just to address those in that kind of category, and it's specific to that. And if we amend the statutes, the procurement statute in 246 and 324 and 346, that amend and allow for alternative dispute resolution in the contract award, then we'll do that. But this is specific to the Aguon Retirement Fund and specific to post contract disputes, if there is any, and there has not been. Okay? I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. If any of my colleagues have any questions, go ahead, Senator Duenas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I didn't see that or hear your former statement. Thank you for acknowledging me as a question. So I guess that since that was brought up with regard to pending legislation that was put back in committee, maybe we'll deal with it in the subsequent session. Would this address the concern that the retirement fund had with regard to dispute resolution and what was contained in prior legislation on procurement reform?
Not at all.
Not at all.
I mean, there's a difference between ADR pre-contract and post-contract.
Okay.
And we will submit our position
Subsequent
on
to-
that for those
Okay.
two bills at a later time.
Yeah, that'll help in case that we will be addressing that in this next session. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Buenas dan manana si dus pram dus todos ni mangagi pa ubi na ogan dang kluna si dus masi parefinat tan minzu. Ms. Grimes, can you maybe just give us maybe ballpark figures of what possible savings in two scenarios that can occur in a dispute of a contract provision under ADR? What would the cost be to the fund versus a dispute resolution that goes to trial?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure if the savings on litigation versus ADR in that narrow context has substantially different costs for the actual litigation of the substantive issues in the law. What gets eliminated is a lot of procedural time on jurisdiction, venue, etc. Just as an example, we have seen actual procurement litigation, and a lot of the dispute is surrounding who should hear it, is it timely, which decision maker goes to, who do you appeal to, does it go to the OPA, does it go to the courts? And there's a lot
time you decide to appeal to the court, to go to Superior Court. So that pre-Superior Court, post-protest, is a cost there. And let's say we take that cost, and let's say we assign whatever we want to assign. But once you get to the litigation stage at the court, what's the cost of going through that litigation process versus going through ADR? And do you intend ADR to be binding, non-appealable, in that respect?
Thank you for those questions, because I do want to clarify that again. We're talking about disputes after contract.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be protest would not be at all the issue here. It would be the contract has already been awarded. There has been performance for a while, and at some point somebody has a dispute over the performance. It could be both ways. The contractor might have an issue because they haven't gotten paid,
Right.
again, which is very unusual, or the agency here, the fund, would have a complaint against performance.
Well, that's why I asked that, because you had mentioned the
Right.
protest, the
Oh,
the OPA, and all of that is post-award.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you because even post-award,
I mean pre-award rather.
Oh,
All of
yeah.
that's pre-award.
Pre-award has
Nothing to do with it.
Yeah, nothing
So
to do
that's
with
why I said, just from the litigation
Yes.
of you don't get paid or whatever reason, you get fired, you go to court to appeal the firing. So the option is going to court or going to ADR.
Yes.
Okay, so what would it take to litigate a case, and how much do you think that'll cost versus going to ADR and arguing a case before a dispute resolution board or whatever?
I think it's probably going to be
The same
roughly
cost?
the same to litigate, and I think that's not the issue, because people contemplate that there's going to be legal costs in litigation. Of course, there's concerns about the damages, the liability. But I'll tell you, on the contractors' claims against the government for fees, the reason I don't think it's going to happen is because there's a practical impact. Again, we're not talking about all of the contractors. They're not construction
Right.
firms.
Sure.
They're not putting in computer systems. They haven't outlaid any capital that they need to recoup. These are service providers. So if they're not paid as invoice, chances are if they can't resolve something, they will just walk away. There won't be any suit. It's not worth it, because as a practical reason, there's no need for ADR for claims against the government. What the issue is here in terms of the risk to service providers nationwide is claims by the government against the provider, and what is the scenario for having that resolved, because that's where the real risk nationwide is. In all of these underfunded defined benefit plans, whether there has been wrongdoing or not, the public sector will look at deep pockets. So that's what this is about, and it's ensuring that there's a fair process for resolving it. And particularly here, there's a little bit of confusion in the law about where you go if there's a monetary or non-monetary dispute. Who gets to decide it? Who gets to hear the appeal? That is a little confusing. I've actually worked with general counsels of the service providers as they're trying to navigate their way to the statute to do their risk assessment.
So I just wanted to bring that out, because I want to be clear that enactment of this legislation is really to the benefit of the government
Correct.
and not to the
Correct. I think
service
it's going to
provider.
enhance competition.
Right. So the idea is that when you clarify how you're going to handle contractual disputes, that it opens up the field of possible bidders,
Yes.
because when that's clear, then you kind of can price that or account for that, so that you don't say, well, I'm just going to walk away from $1 million bill because for all practical purposes now suing the government, so I'm going to price that in my service.
Correct.
Versus when you say you have an ADR, the government's going to go to ADR, and so and in that respect, you don't need to price in walking away from $1 million bill, because going to ADR could go both ways, and but it's the law, and it's what is protecting the rights of both parties, but giving an alternative process for the government that may allow it to open up its field of competition for those coming into the pre-award area of Nasitus Masi, Mr. Chairman.
If not, thank you, Paula. Ms. Grimes,
very much.
Mr. Camacho. The chair will take out of order a bill, and we'll hear Bill 284 by Senator Rodriguez, so I can send Mr. Gillen back up to Public Health. Senator Rodriguez, I'll allow you to make a short opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jim, for being here this morning. Bill 284 is an act to establish the position of Chief Medical Director at the Department of Public Health and Social Services and to provide for collateral duty as Medical Director of the Bureau of Communicable Disease Control. This comes as a result of a request from the department to, number one, officially establish the Chief Medical Director position, who is tasked with a lot of critical responsibilities in the department. And number two, it also establishes an interim salary compensation for this position. As a side note, but very important to these discussions, is that the implementation of the Government of Guam Competitive Wage Act of 2014 really highlighted a big disparity, wherein it has eliminated really the health pay plan of certain positions at the department. And at a time when we are trying to recruit certified physicians, this elimination of the pay scale really was a big blow. And so, this legislation does not address that. However, it addresses a position that is needed, and I know Mr. Gillen would share those needs with us here. And if you look at the intent of the funds and intent of the legislation, it paints that picture of the need and the responsibilities of a Chief Medical Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rodriguez. Mr. Gillen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Gillen. I'm the Director of Public Health and Social Services. I'm here to support most of this bill. What happened here was we lost probably the only real public health physician we've had for a long, long time. After 23 years, she retired, and she had a specialty or special interest in infectious diseases. So she ran our TB program, our Hansen's disease, our STD programs, and also volunteered to take on the task of medical director for the central facility, and that entailed signing off on protocols, developing the quarantine bill that took some time to get through with the help of the senator. And because we have such potential threats to the health of our people, especially in infectious diseases, we have cases of multiple resistant strains of tuberculosis. We have Hansen's disease imported that we hadn't seen in Guam in 20, 30 years maybe. We have viruses transmitted by mosquitoes that are all around us that so far, thank goodness, we don't see, but will be seeing. It's just a matter of time. So we had a real special need and a special interest in keeping or finding a physician with those particular skills. And I think we kind of overreacted a little bit with the loss, and we came to the senator's staff and said, we really need to do something about improving the pay scales and providing an incentive for somebody to act as the medical director. We're not sure right now whether we really need to use the term Chief Medical Director, since we operate a central public health facility and then two community health centers. Those community health centers already have a medical director who does basically similar things in terms of protocols and evaluation of physician performance. So we can fine-tune this, I think, during a markup, but I think the concept here really is that we need to have pay scales for classified public health physicians who have an interest in public health, and specifically in one of these programs, our infectious diseases programs. We're not going to attract them with the salaries that came out of the Hayes study. It's not going to happen. I think we can keep the salaries at a reasonable rate, considering the fact that most of the classified positions do not do hospital duty, although I think eventually we should be. people in our Medicaid and MIP programs kind of, without any continuity when they show up at the hospital. And that's always been a concern and a complaint from the physicians at the hospital, is that we don't, they don't know anything about the patients that are coming to them. Now, there are several solutions to that. One is that we have a really robust health information exchange system so that patient information can flow back and forth very quickly between the hospital and the public health facilities. Or we incentivize our public health physicians more by offering them more to take hospital call. And I think that's an option we need to look at in the future. But right now, with the current salaries, there's no way you can ask a public health physician to do that. The ranges are negotiable. I mean, we need to do some more work on this. I've seen ranges in public health departments in the states that anywhere from 54,000 to 250,000. The 54,000 usually are part-time, very short-term, 4 hours a day, maybe 3 times a week or something like that. We have those kind of arrangements with our private physicians outside for certain services that we cannot provide. What I get concerned about there is, again, there's a commitment to care for the patient, but there's really no commitment to public health. They're there to do OBGYN, or they're there to do one piece of the picture, but not the whole population health kind of thing. And we're really, if we're going to attract those kind of physicians, we really need to pay them. Some short-term solutions right now, we have a physician who's moved from the community health center to do the TB, Hansen's disease program, twice a week, but takes 8 hours of that physician's time out of the community health center. As I said, we're servicing over 50,000 people through these centers because most private physicians won't see our publicly sponsored patients for a variety of reasons. Some I understand, some I don't. But that's not the issue here. It's really, we need a cadre of committed, classified public health physicians that we can determine through the process who would be board certified or board eligible, who would be licensed on Guam, so they're going to meet a very rigorous requirement to be licensed, because we have one of the most restrictive licensing activities of any state. So we're going to make sure we're going to get the best we can, but we've got to be able to pay them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Rodriguez, any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for having a hearing on this. And really, I'd like to just ask, Mr. Chair, that if the committee can hold a markup on this. I know that there was, after the introduction of this, there were still some concerns that we've had, and we want to be able to work with your committee to make those changes prior to it moving forward. Thank you.
Of course, we'll conduct a markup. I saw the exchange of emails yesterday, and we will work together in trying to clean this up. I was very sad to see Dr. Matthews leave. I know for at least 2 decades she was the only one in that specialized field. I note that we now have a couple of in private practice, but not with the credentials that she has. And so it was really sad and tragic for Guam to lose her. I have no questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we'll start down here, and then Senator Ben, and then Senator Frank.
Thank you very much, Jim. I kind of reading the bill, and the duties kind of seem to be all over the place, and I'm a little concerned about that. Because what are we asking? We're kind of asking for a super doctor in that respect, I think, because we want him to do clinical duty, we want him to do administrative duty, we want him to do planning, plus execution, plus program management and things like that. And so I just think I understand the need to fill all of those functions, but it just seems to be kind of overwhelming from this perspective, looking at it. Then you want the person to have an MA. I'm kind of, who holds an MA or higher degree in public health administration. So in addition to the MD,
Right.
you want to have somebody with an advanced degree in public health.
The ideal is an MD with an MPH.
Okay. And you want that. I mean, it's not or, it's and that. So
I think during the markup we can make some concession. The ideal would be and, but equivalencies, some work experience in other public health departments. I think what we're finding in a lot of medical schools recently, and this is just within the last 5 or 6 years, there really were no public health modules in medical school training. So a lot of docs coming out have no clue about population health. And it's beginning, at least they're beginning to have that. And we find a lot of the people I work with in the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials are physicians who all have MPHs and run public health departments. So of course that's the ideal.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of, make that observation, and I'm sure that those are some of the issues that
Yes,
you've
sir.
identified that need to be clarified during markup. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. First and foremost, I know you alluded to Mr. Guillen about outside employment. Now, if this individual is going to be brought in, would that be restricted to some extent?
If we're gonna pay a reasonable salary, the expectation would be that's all they do.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was inquiring about that particular issue, because if we're going to pay an individual at the salary that is being proposed, then that individual really should more or less be dedicated to providing services within your department and your particular agency. Another aspect is I noticed that just reading the salary component, it says the director shall have the authority to fill the position at an above step. Now, traditionally in the past, what had been done is the agency would recruit. Now, if it's a hard-to-fill position and there's only one particular application, and that individual comes in and says, okay, at a starting salary of $75,000, I will not take the job. If you consider picking me up at, let's say, $90,000 based on the credentials of that particular applicant, then that's when the above step kicks in. And this is the first time that I would see that an above step allowance be provided and the decision be made by the director of that particular agency. What traditionally is done is you would have a secondary tier so that the justification can be forwarded, and that's the director of administration in this case. So would you have any issues in regards to if in fact there's a requirement to compensate that individual based on the difficulty to fill, if we rather than the position that you're presently filling, that giving the authority to the director of public health, that we give the authority to the director of administration? Only because of obviously there's a direct recognition, but then you would have to further justify it to a secondary party so that in fact that decision could ultimately be made. I've worked this process in the past, so and I thought that was a very fair and objective approach in terms of going forward and saying, okay, these are the credentials. We've only had one applicant. It's a very difficult to fill position. Now I'm asking you for consideration in the above step request that I've submitted based on these conditions and based on the credentials of the individual applicant. So would you be amenable to possibly allowing the director of administration in this case to render that decision?
If there's an assurance that we can get a timely response.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because a lot, you and I have all had experience with those kind of things, and sometimes it takes. If you find a good physician, again, if a physician can get licensed on Guam, they generally have all the credentials that you want. Okay?
Right.
So getting one with the specialty that we would need, along with a public health background, we need to get, and that physician also has that specialty in infectious diseases, let's say, or in some other public health concern, that going to the director of administration for permission to hire above step, I don't really have a problem with it, and I guess it's more transparent.
Keep in mind that you would have your base salary. Let's say, for example, your starting salary based on your recommendation may be $175,000 for this medical director. And if the individual applicant, the sole individual applicant, renders a request rather than 175 to start at 2, then that's where the additional mechanism kicks in. So I mean, it's not taking away the authority in terms of hiring the It's just allowing that additional process so that in fact you have a secondary party to review the credentials and whatnot.
Senator, it doesn't matter to me who has the authority as long as we get it done quickly.
Yes. Okay. The follow-on question, Mr. Gillen, is
Sir.
in regards to, would you consider this position a hard-to-fill position based on the parameters
Yes.
provided in this legislation?
Yes, and definitely with the current hay structure, impossible.
Well, the way the existing pay structure is
Right.
provided, you're absolutely right. But with the adjustments that are being provided in this
It's
legislation,
still going to be difficult,
it would still
but
be.
it's not impossible.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a quick observation and a request from the director. I noticed throughout the legislation we did not set any minimum qualifications for the position, and so I would prefer if we actually set minimum qualifications in experience, education for the position, because it's not in here anywhere.
Okay, for
The chief medical
okay,
director.
so that the administrative part that you're talking about.
Both. I mean, even because when I look here at, like, for example, the board certified physician specialist on page 5, it says shall preferably be, and so there's a lot of preferablys and mays, and I do want at least a minimum established so that we're not having somebody fill the position in the future. There may be a different director who might fill the position with somebody who doesn't meet a minimum standard. So just that because we're codifying the position, I just want to make sure we codify the minimum, so that anytime in the future if the position becomes vacant, we do have that minimum qualification established.
Yeah, as long as it's considered minimum, because I've seen codified things get stuck, and we get in a jam. But I agree. There could be, for example, such as.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, and so as we see here, these are all initial, right? These are all initial establishments, and so the legislation has the provisions that would require the DOA to work with public health to officially establish the salary, and then in establishing that, the qualifications and duties would be adopted at that point.
Quickly,
And on top of
please.
it, on Guam, we have the Board of Medical Examiners, which has even a stricter rule than even any of us could possibly have here.
Yes.
So, if there's no further questions, I'll thank Mr. Gilman.
Juice Masi, Mr. Chairman.
Bill 262, introduced by Senator Brant McCreadie, an act to amend Section 77101 and to add a new Section 77135 to Chapter 77, Title 10, Guam Code Annotated, relative to establishing a public-private partnership for vehicle impoundment. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for my colleagues for being here today. Bill 262 allows the Chief of Police the authority to enter into a public and private partnership with a private enterprise to impound vehicles on behalf of the government of Guam through an RFP process. Now, the bill is an attempt to establish a reliable system through which GPD and other public safety agencies can ensure that vehicles are properly impounded. Also, this bill allows for potential of revenue to be generated through this partnership through either administrative fees or even potential sale of unclaimed vehicles. Through this bill, the Chief of Police is tasked with soliciting proposals from companies for the impound lot, as well as setting parameters for a proper impound lot for Gov Guam. Through this bill, it is my intent that unlicensed drivers, unregistered and uninsured vehicles, those who drive under the influence with their vehicles, lose their ability to drive on our roads. This bill affects only vehicles that have been impounded through an action of a peace officer. It does not affect vehicles that have been involved in an accident, nor does it affect vehicles that have stalled or is suffering from a mechanical error on the road. Mr. Chairman, this bill, I feel, is a first step to ensuring that vehicles on our roads are properly identified and following the law of Guam's roads. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. Thank you very much.
I know that no one has signed up, but I see 3 people with a badge and some GPD. Is anybody testifying? I saw an envelope arrive, and I was hoping that was testimony. I didn't mean to force the issue, but you stand out with that, with your height and that shiny badge. So,
Well, good
if you
afternoon.
please introduce yourself and go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Speaker Cruz and the senators. I'm Lieutenant Darren Jason Caldwell. I'm with Guam Police Department's Forensic Science Division, which controls the evidential control section. And I was asked to read into the record a letter that's addressed to you from our Chief of Police. Okay, dear Vice Speaker Cruz, buenas and howfade. The Guam Police Department is submitting this written testimony relative to Bill 262-32, an act to amend Section 77107 and to add to Chapter 77 of Title 10 Guam Code Annotated, relative to establishing a public-private partnership for vehicle impoundment. We are in support of the general intent of the bill. However, we recommend clarification from the Attorney General's office and that additional information is included in the bill regarding issues that may arise when impounded. Impoundment involves felony cases, example, homicides, robberies, and criminal sexual conduct, etc. In such cases, the subject vehicle becomes evidence, whereby the integrity and security of the impoundment storage facility becomes questionable. An analogy similar to this issue is that when evidence is confiscated, a chain of custody receipt form is filled by each person handling the evidence. Also necessary for inclusion on the form are the designated locations specifically indicated to justify the reasons why the evidence is being handled and transferred to a certain location by any person authorized to do so. The misrepresentation or absence of even the slightest of accountability at any stage of the custody process may cost the government its case against perpetrators of serious crimes. Furthermore, the victims of such crimes are left without proper closure or resolution of their respective case. In our opinion, a private impoundment lot may not be able to answer to properly ensure the integrity and security of vehicles held as evidence in its possession. Without proper safety, security, and accountability measures in place to preserve critical evidence, this situation will likely create issues that may be raised by defense attorneys in court. For example, in 1996, the department investigated a drug-related homicide case, whereby the subject vehicle was determined part of the crime scene and evidence. It was stored at a private impoundment lot for an extended period of time and could not be located with no logical explanation for its absence from the storage lot on which it was kept. Furthermore, the subject vehicle was left open in an open lot, left to withstand the harsh elements, thus increasing the chances of losing critical evidence. A facility with adequate external coverage and protection away from inclement weather or extreme heat is required. Controlled, restricted access is absolute. Lastly, we recommend an amendment in subsection B of section 377135, Impoundment Vehicle Administrative Fee Fund, wherein part it reads for purchase and maintenance of patrol vehicles, motorcycles, and other public safety emergency vehicles, subject to legislative approval. Instead of the existing language, quote, other public safety emergency vehicles, quote, we strongly suggest it read other department emergency vehicles, as the term public may imply inclusion of vehicles for other public safety agencies outside of the Guam Police Department. Such language makes it clear the intent of this section of the law. In conclusion, we respectfully request for implementation of the recommendations mentioned herein to be considered for Bill 262-32. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide our comments to this bill, and we look forward to its public hearing. Sincerely, Chief of Police Fred E. Budalia, Jr.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Did you have any testimony? Please introduce yourselves.
My name is John F. Taitano. Senators, thank you very much. I work for the Guam Police Evidential Control Section. Based on these impoundments that is arising here right now, it is a very sensitive matter, especially when we seize vehicles from victims, from suspects, and it goes in, and it's a very tedious issue, and it's involving a lot of liabilities towards the government, to the police department, in reference to budget restraints. And so, it has to be studied more. We can't just jump into it, as much as we want to, but we don't have the amenities basically to sustain such a magnitude of vehicles that we have stored in an area. As you see right now, the Guam Police Department does not have an impound lot. We have a parking lot, a lot, that is not, has no amenities to fence in and everything whatsoever to protect the integrity and the preservation of the evidence. So, in a matter of what I say, for so many years that I have worked here. I've testified in courts, tried to protect the integrity because of weather, deterioration, and long terms of dispositions from the courts and the Attorney General's office in handling these properties from vehicles. It becomes a liability. So I just like to forehand to say that we just have to study more of this thing before we jump into it, and just to make sure that when we do the right thing for these people's victims or anybody who's involved in these cases, that we have to basically do the right thing in order for it to do. The amenities has to stand in place before we make any assumptions more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And before you leave, would you please sign the sign-up sheet with a contact number? Because when we have markup, I really would like to have you there to discuss your extensive history and concerns with the experience that you've had in your many years at the Guam Police Department handling evidence. And so I'd like to include that in the discussion. All right? And did you wish to provide testimony? Please introduce yourself and whether or not you support the building for what reason or.
Buenas, Senators. Boss is Esperan. Toda bentitsu mutingu. Boss is Talazeo. And I am here to prepare resources. Ginigi sa lapila banda gi alami sagan gobyerno. Este na bill. Este tamana no ungu que este dos. A clarifica ungang wasita ma studia. Los angin mas prepare empenyo este policy making standards ni pomata TZ. David Hamzu du tumus mo na analisas ti siya kusina man na posible este na klasen bill. Usupot este na bill sa tanisita este ulilia. Kada di ma kat kay karita mo ano ato. Tada salapi tarasisibi. Kalinedi solid waste ang gininai watu nezu das sige ma matina salapi gui kontumon sa salapi tapatitinas. Pusput rason dangin ma mans PPM the resources ginigi olimi government agencies da sige tatanisti that tapanakuntusiya pa studia pat afa patali. Mas bonito zangin tamenta muna posible mano na kurente na salan ni popalofan istinabeo za tutuhon ta resibi ezo na salapi sa bulag ini talili na mege sibisyu tanisita langing gagi istinabeo gano za gwa salapi mohalam galamikaha na tiya sa popoti si todo. Quantos na biyahe ni taliis sa zaman matao sini ginigi oversight hearing. Itempo talo ni tatan. Quantos tempo anisita pero matsogo isti chetsu. Kung magahi na mahono huzong sa mas penyo po manalisa mahono na sina malofan isti. Kung magahi na sina tagasta salapi at siga tapan matinas biu lo gaya gi salapi ni po ni kadgasti pes mana questionet pago gini na tempo. Ihapa talili gini na servisyo ni dit tanasinya zangin mana dinansi. Istigina senators angin taatan istine. Minadambiyay in baba ibiu gimono naman niya. Minadambiyay anisita ufan mastudia edu siya na klasimbio. Angin timoto tatistigi amendment para masaloni pus afan atisina na istis na klasin servicio. Angin tanadinansi sa na posible istinabio zat muna sige mamanggonet sa lapi. Sina man na servicio na sa lapi para mahafa naman niya. Lozang ginsiga tazuti timpotan Italilia wana ba na togo ustina toto putsogi lo quantos tempo di anisita. Wana man hired quanto na engineering and contracting put rason. Puma establisa sa matan mo na apa na kurentisti ko dinadansi ko sinesti. Apa tanan nga ko patagigini asti patapanasangani monu na taspia monu iligot ko para tagigini anesti istigini na gosin putantisti hinasun validad gi para ikualidad isalapi ni tanisita todo samzo man maliisti za uliliisti na klasin biu zang ginuli na omisti matu peresti na biu lo matu za uli da sina tomatusti dagwa salapi sinya maulum galum kaha tada da sona ti sina tatsogui uli di quantus na ku tempo gisakan sinay na falofan masyahafa kumaman malagwan loko magahit tasupuputi dipusi para minaulik tautauta kumagahi na sinita tanasuwa itu na sidbisyo por rason na tidinadansi ko gaigi ju na tauto pat kilizono pat contractors ko gaigi gui do sogi ju na tsotsu por sigap na mapasi za tima tsotsugi tsetsu usapa ta tsotsugi gini isti gini na manggagit gini na momento gini sa sagan lamasa iparata diskuti mono na kurenti na sina man malufani dan gin sigap at atan isti gos bonito isti siya na klasin tinigi todos it gua responsabilidad di para hapa kalalanting gini kita nota. Quantos biya itauto manolong gini pro pankistigo por rason na importante hinaso gini gisagan lamasa gisagan islatura. Lozang ginti mahapaksan wala no asule ko mole ke diswedu kita resisibi ko bali sa bula kilizano gini hudong zambula tanisita galon sa gani gobyerno ni munisita edu na salapi ni taimano pero mamaneha muna ikinalamtin itaw-taw-tawno zani isidbisyo siya gossip putantino sa ulili na may gaysit na amdun na ginaw ni man malilifan esti sa intingo nga pa na isunto pero nanaw muna esti na klasin Sebastian esti na biyo matapangis ti kalanisi matapangis ti sanunatan ti i-questiona gid sa gwa kalan molik esti sa gwa salapi po halong galong kaha so zangin ti tatsogwis ti na patasiga manaygini na tasigi man ako sinamzo kada simana da mamataw sinamzo gini lamasa kontos na gasto inisita pat konto pentingo ginusta di kada departamento koordinadan si setsu muna koordinadan si imos jaw na pabinli hamin ni tauto di kada bill ni maproposa muna za atan ni zuzon atan mono ng ligat ti patasiga mamaspia hapat sa parodiniteni ikinalamtin edzo na klasin bill sa intingwa hafa pensego utungwa na intingwa hafa no na solusyon utungwa na sine utungwa aji pero hana uzungi sa po atan istisya do fatu tatti gini na lamasa do quantos ba este lesen na klasin bill arbe paisina mo quantos ba na quantos tempo tanisita pumana posible este do kalamtin do panggagana sa lapi o tanisita 2 years 3 years quantos ba is gonna steam from Estados Unidos time frame we have all the time. We seem to know what resources we can look into. But when we look into these resources, we seem to know where to touch it or to move it. We seem to know what loopholes or where we're going to fall. But there is no excuse for today for any reason. Because back then I can understand. We didn't go to school like some of you. We didn't have the same books. But in looking at these bills that are being processed each time when you guys propose a bill, we often hear what stage it's going to be. How is it going to move? Well, senators, it's time we look at something else and in a different mode that maybe every time there's a meeting that's finished, whoever is responsible or given the responsibility to get that facts into here so that these things can be processed at a timely manner. We need the money. But we seem to know where to put things left to right. But honestly, before I close, ingagago hamin itauto. Inasunmizu ni diaro na diretsu na maneya. Todo samzuman mali pero natan hapa na asunto ni dipusi taimanu puro kalamtin zolala isti tanota. Gos na piniti ne kontes tempo di man mataot sinit. Apa naman gaidi tauta gini po faman kistigo. Natigwahas ta responsable nesti kinalamtin ni itanota ni man mali. We shouldn't be in this table at this point in time had there been standards being followed. I see amongst us, Bimu ako visit Cruz, the former judge, senators. When I look at these things, we have something solid. But you know what makes it fluid? Not working together. We would like for each and every one of you to look at this in a bird's eye view, because we got to stop this kind of mode. We have officers out there, like this officer here that came to testify in reference to evidence and stuff like that. What if we just say, build up a fence for the evidence section? Would that be hard? Given the fact that the AG's office gives her recommendations and so things are justified. Kalian istilah di patapanono sa parata celebra apa na celebration. Lano natin guguman molit halimit gini kalamasa. Ano atan isti ikinalantin sa ninaso kontus timponnya po matsogoy. I often ask myself that big question, how long would it take to process something? How long would it take to be productive? And whoever is responsible for it, held accountable for each and everything. But do we have that? We tend to sway so many left to right, but in looking at the big picture, we're still letting it happen. In our spiritual value, hitani mansamuro, we have spiritual value that was taught by our parents to respect one another and open doors, because when you come to my house, I will offer you water, food, because that is the kind of respect. But given the point of an office to come inside, for people to come inside and try to justify or do something, that in my mind, there was plenty open doors for each and every one of us. As we look at the children, in closing, as we look at our children getting all these trainings, it is time each and every one of us have to change in a different model and look at the purview of working for each and every one of us and working together so that we can move mountains for ourselves. We cannot keep depending on other things, and then when something happens, things just stop. Manana si Zeus senators para hamzo paugo na ogan. Tunga nagwa utubio no. Populopon lamunat mo tao sino gini para diskutis tin na klasin veo sagwa pondong puntonnya sti. Yang ginsina mamangganay sa lopi para estin na klasin kinalamtin. So be it. Sag manggosgat buit ni di patapamandago huzong masyafa gimano naman niya. Bes lusut tumus mana a questionnaire di apa na decision patafan malufan. Manana si Zeus patudusan.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one question. On page 2 of the testimony from the Chief of Police, and he referred to the incident in 1996 where the impounded vehicle was stayed for a long period of time on a private impound lot. My question would be, are we in that predicament today?
No.
So what we're asking in this testimony from the chief is to have a secure lot that preserves the evidence, so forth. What do we have today that would be different from what we had in 1996 or different from what we're proposing in this bill?
Well, what we currently have are lots on airport property, including the headquarters. There are some impounded vehicles there. We occupy a building right across the United Airlines hangar on that side of Tizen, where the old crime lab is. That's where our evidential control section is. We have vehicles that are within a fenced-in area also. And also there's a lot next to, if you're heading from the old Revenue Tax towards the airport, the airport tower, the control tower on that side, on the old Revenue Tax, when you come to that four-way sign, there's a lot that's on that corner. And that's enclosed, but as Mr. Taito said here, it's not an impound lot.
Okay.
You know, it's just a lot. I mean, we do the best as far as security goes, but there's nothing. He mentioned amenities. There's no.
And so for driving under the influence, no registration, no insurance, no
we're not
license,
impounding
there's
purpose.
nothing. So
Only the homicides, robberies, the criminal sexual conduct cases, the top
Evidence.
tier
Yes.
crimes are getting impounded. Others are.
So what
not.
then happens to the car that is not impounded? What happens to the person that's pulled over for driving under the influence or no registration, no license, no insurance? What happens to that car?
His vehicle is parked on the side, or
Okay.
they're given an opportunity to safeguard their own vehicles by calling someone else to come and pick
Okay.
it up off the side of the road. In the old days, we used to impound those vehicles.
Okay.
Now, because of financial constraints,
We don't.
and plus the fact that we don't want to have 100 cars sitting in these lots, we did away with those a bunch of years ago.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hearing from the testimony, and I thank you guys in Telajero for his testimony, we will work with the chairman and with the Attorney General's office and the police department to get this bill as close to perfect as we can. So when we implement it, we have very few roadblocks. But when you say that we don't have a current impound lot now for some of those other infractions on the road, it makes me wonder how safe is the general public who follows the guidelines of having a license, having a registered car, and having an insurance car. Because if somebody hits an insured driver without insurance, all the liability then goes to the person with the insurance, and it kind of makes us unsafe.
Yes.
So I think something like this, you're absolutely right. It's a very touchy subject, but it's not a subject, and it's not an easy subject, but it's something that I think we should implement close to perfect as possible, so we can just ultimately protect this public and generate revenue from some of these, because it does cost money to impound a lot. It costs money for an officer to go there and write his report. And right now we're not seeing a return on our investment, so to speak, in the officer. So we're basically losing money every time we pull over a car and put it on the side of the road or impound it with work hours from man hours. And so we have to kind of recover that cost. And so that's another reason why I want to introduce this bill. But Mr. Chairman, we'll work together and we'll figure out a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Officers, you mentioned that we've done away with impounding private vehicles for a lot of the issues that I see the authors saying that's why we need this impound lot, because we're impounding cars for no insurance, we're impounding cars for DUI, we're impounding cars for accidents. What do we impound cars for now?
Only the most serious crimes, which are the homicides, robberies, criminal sexual conducts. All those other crimes that you mentioned, we no longer impound.
So we don't impound. So
No, sir.
how many cars do you estimate get impounded?
I don't have those numbers.
Mr. Dyson, how many cars are in our property section now under impoundment?
Oh, about 40?
4?
40?
40.
At least 40.
And how does that fluctuate in number?
Hardly, because a lot of the vehicles that we are contained in the lot are unsolved homicides from 1970, 1960s. Unless the cases are adjudicated and we get authorization from the Attorney General's office to release the cars, then they're just stored. It could be for decades.
For decades.
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to figure out how we're going to generate money from this. Who's going to pay for when you impound a car for a homicide, and we impound that car, and now we got a contract? How does somebody get paid for that homicide car that's impounded?
Sir, I don't know.
Mr. Tectino, any idea?
Are you talking about, when you said contract, are you talking about a private company?
Well, now the idea is for this to be a private company, that you would put a government, because it basically becomes government property when you impound it, I guess. Technically, you could say it becomes government property because it's part of the evidence or
It
whatever.
actually becomes becomes a confiscated property based on investigations.
Right, so it becomes confiscated property,
Yes.
right? So when you put that in a private impoundment lot, who's going to pay for that if the private impoundment lot's going to charge you?
We're only talking about the major crimes that are basically in our position right now.
Well, I know, but this is going to cover that. So if the government seizes a car as part of an investigation,
Yes.
and we now have a private public partnership that says all seized cars go to this private impoundment lot in a partnership with GPD, and that company that's operating that private lot is going to charge a fee to store that. Who's going to store that? Who's going to pay for that fee now?
That has to be studied, sir. That becomes management's. They have to do something about that. They're when a private company impounds, they charge a record fee,
right,
and then storage fees,
right.
And it's in
So
their
if you
lot.
so what I'm saying is if the government says impound this car,
Mhm.
and now because we have a contract, it says you put it in that private lot, and the private lot says in order for you to come in here, you're going to have to pay $100 record fee plus $20 a day. Who's going to pay that $20 a day?
I can't answer that. It's not going to be.
Wouldn't it be the government?
If there is like a contract with it, there is a certain PO
Right.
that probably has to be bidded or something to record companies.
Yes,
if
see,
it's
because I'm
privately.
trying to figure out, because the idea here is we're going to make money. The
Yes.
government's going to make money. But if nobody's paying the private company to store the lot because it's for impounded vehicles, and the only vehicles that the government impounds are vehicles it actually takes into its possession because of evidentiary requirements,
Yes.
then I'm not sure how we're going to generate the money.
That has to be studied through management, sir.
So maybe that's part of the question
That
of,
is- yeah.
and maybe we should ask the author to kind of give us, during the markup and
Yeah.
the write-up, how he envisions this generating money for the government. When it's going to be the government that's now going to pay to store its property on the private lot.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about.
That's
for a
part
long
of the
time,
questions we have, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
I just kind of wanted to clear that up
Yeah.
because I got a little confused as well.
Yeah.
And you know, again, it's the idea of trying to understand and follow it through the end, and that's the process of the bills that are introduced. That's why some bills may get introduced and never get out, because when we kind of go through the process of studying and asking questions and so forth, we find that, well, it wasn't exactly what we thought, and so sometimes the bill doesn't even go out. Sometimes it gets fixed.
Yeah.
It takes time to fix that problem or resolve those questions and so forth. So that it takes time to do something, you know, that kind of takes a look at all of the perspectives and try to put the proper language in the bill that makes it implementable, number one, and achieves the purpose for which it was introduced. And I think that we all have a responsibility to work towards that end, and that's just part of the process.
That is correct.
That's occurring here.
That's correct.
And thank you very much for your contribution.
Sure, may I say something?
Yes.
And this is just my personal opinion, not of the Guam Police Department as a citizen, but I think if the perpetrator, for example, a DUI, he gets arrested and his vehicle gets impounded, I don't think the government should be paying, you know, the Guam Police Department should be paying storage fees. I think it's the perpetrator who should be the one responsible. Now, if your family was a victim of a homicide, then I don't think we should have this homicide victim's family pay to get their car out of the lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So to be victimized twice,
Right.
one financially and one with the original crime. So
Yeah, I think
something
those
to
kind of
think about.
issues need to be ironed out and
Yes.
worked out. Again, because the idea is for the government to make money. I mean, that's the bottom line on this. How can we make the private sector make money and the government make money both at the same time? And sometimes that's an oxymoron.
probably the owner of the vehicle that's gonna be responsible for any fees.
Okay, thank you very much. Since it's my Mr. Chair.
Did you want to clarify
I'll
something?
close, and I just wanna ask one question, just to expand on the former speaker's question. How many DUIs or registration infractions do you guys think you give a day? How many DUIs does Guam have a day? Just roughly. I mean,
I don't want to guess, sir.
okay. More than 10. More than 10.
Not from my understanding of it.
More than 10. Not per day. Okay, so, but what I'm trying to get at is we are making zero revenue right now on vehicles, correct? So, when you say if we were to put a price tag on the vehicle, and I understand the former speaker's questions about who's going to pay and what, when, and where they're going to pay, and obviously in the markup meetings we can figure that out. But what I'm saying is, right now we're making zero. So anything that we charge, any type of fees related to some of these infractions, would be a plus. Wouldn't be a liability. Would be somewhat of an asset if we did it correctly.
Are
Correct?
you saying for the Guam Police Department to charge for us to do the
To
towing?
impound vehicles
Because right now we have our own tow trucks, and we do, like I said, for those
For a
serious
criminal.
crimes,
Okay.
we do our own impound.
So remove the criminal. Just
Okay.
talking about DUI, just infractions.
They're not impounding the car. That's the
I
problem.
understand that, sir. But
Unless
what
you
I'm saying is, since you're not impounding a lot, you are charging nothing. That is no longer. That is a liability, not an asset.
Yes.
Correct. So what I'm saying is, anytime if this law was to get passed into law, this bill is to get passed into law, now you then have an asset in that car where you could turn around and say, this car is going to cost you money to get it out of an impound lot, correct? The car no longer becomes a liability in the government's perspective. It's now an asset.
No, as far as
I think
the fee.
No, but
we're
they're
gonna-
not.
we're
They're not
getting to
impounding the
make
car because they don't have a lot. They're not impounding the car because it's not the policy to impound the car. Period.
I think that what we need to do first is we have to have a policy and an SOP
Okay.
that says you impound
Sure.
for non-licensed, non-registration, non-insurance. Unfortunately, that's not the case currently. Once we establish that, then we can establish this. But first, we have to pass a law that authorizes them to have
Exactly.
those cars
Or
impounded.
directs them to do it.
Directs them to do it. Right now,
I
there
just
isn't.
wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that
that's
there's
not
zero
being
money.
done. Yeah, but right now, it's not.
So even if you have a lot now, it's still zero money because they will not impound a car for a DUI. Passing this bill that says you have an impound lot does not generate any money because the police department, as a policy, will not impound for a DUI.
Correct.
Unless there's accident and injury.
But the chief can really quickly
exactly. Yes.
change that policy and have us.
Right.
That's where the working
impound.
together part comes involved, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not there now.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll thank the lieutenant. Oh, wait. You wanted to. Mr. Garrido.
You know, my name is Joe Garrido. I'm from Deredo. Just listening to this discussion got me interested, and hopefully I can just say a few words. I believe that there are already sections in the Guam Code annotated that can settle some of these issues here. What I'm looking at is that maybe this law should be very clear as to what kind of reasons, for lack of a better word, that would require impoundment. When a person gets pulled over for DUI, I don't think that car should be impounded in a police car lot, but you could require that car be towed to the person's residence, which I think can solve many of these problems where the impoundment lot are overflowing, and perhaps half of those vehicles shouldn't even be there. And if you take these vehicles over to the person's residence, why can't you put a yellow tape around it with a Guam police yellow tape and say, if it requires registration, then that car cannot move until there's a registration to it. Most of the cars in accidents goes to the car shops that would want to repair cars like this. But this bill, I think, could create nasty consequences, because I'm seeing this as some kind of a vehicle to create revenues when I don't think that's the purpose. You want to impound vehicle so that the government can have revenues. It's not really the intent. You impound vehicle because vehicles involved in certain crimes or things that requires the Guam police to withhold that vehicle for further investigation or whatever. But there are many reasons why cars get pulled over. The guy's drunk. There are other reasons, driving without a license. You drag that car over to the residence, and that car cannot move. That would be their impoundment lot, the house. And a further study may even prove that this bill may not be necessary. I'm just looking at it but there are other technical issues involved here. For example, you just specifically mentioned the police chief. Now, the police chief is going to be authorized by this bill, and only him. If the technicalities, if somebody else decided that you impound the car, does that violate this law? Who in fact should be authorized to make that determination that these cars should be impounded? Every one of us can watch TV and see how cars get impounded by police. You know, there's federal regulations regarding these kinds of activity. But yeah, the police officer, I guess it's correct. We need to study this a little more and see what we can take out and what we can live in because leave because it seems that we're creating a bill to make sure that somebody's car get impounded so that somebody can produce revenues for the government. And I don't particularly feel that I could support that. Got to find another way. And I just wrote down fast that who is authorized, which towing company. I know you put down that there's an RFP or something that, you know. What's the reason to impound? Whose land to use? If you go to one of these car shops, some of these car shop has 1,000 cars around it. What do? You can't impound forever. And I happen to be experienced one myself where my car was impounded, and I practically had to go to and beg for my car to be released. And there's no SOP that says what my rights are. I don't know. Maybe there is, but I haven't seen one. What would be the zoning requirements for the police to create impoundment lots? Or, you know, what's involved here? It's going to be messy. And I think that we are creating it. And we've just got to make sure that if this bill is passed into law, that all the I's and the T's are dotted and crossed. And, you know, above all, I don't support the idea. I think I'm looking into this bill, Senator McCreadie, as a bill to produce a revenue. And that might be just the main focus. The police might be creating a tradition or a culture of impounding a car because it's going to produce revenues, and I don't think that's the intent of this law. It might be. That's why I'm talking. I want you to be careful, you know, because it might end up your car being impounded and my car being impounded, and I have to pay hundreds of dollars. So, yeah, I like to read more about how the police impound cars, and I can tell you how to make revenues for the government. I'm not going to veer away from this, but I've seen dump trucks that are in violation of law, carrying loads without the cover. Coral, dirt all over their trucks. Every time they bounce on the highway,
Mr. Greedo.
corals fall down. I understand that, but
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I have one more bill, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that are here. I know you wanted to testify on it, so let's get past this and we'll
Okay.
get to the next bill. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Staff.
Thank you. We'll consider Bill 262 as having been heard. Thank you very much, Lieutenant. Thank the Chief for providing us, and we'll be contacting you about a meeting. Okay? Thank you very much. The next bill is Bill 286, introduced by Senator Tommy Morrison. I'll allow him to make a short opening statement.
Buenas. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this morning's hearing. And I really appreciate your patience. I know many of you have been here since 9 o'clock, and I thank you for your patience this morning. I also want to thank the Vice Speaker and his staff for working to schedule this hearing, along with my co-sponsors, of Bill 286, Senator Addis, Senator Duenas, Senator Aguon, and Senator McCreadie. I also like to thank the governor and the lieutenant governor for honoring my request to issue an executive order to begin this holiday this year, and for allowing us to pause and to reflect once again to honor our history and our Chamorro heritage. Since introducing this bill back in December, I have personally appreciated the overwhelming feedback by our community, ranging from university professors, grassroots community members, our teachers, our Chamorro teachers, our historians, who have provided me much feedback. Most of you who expressed concerns about the name, great feedback, I appreciate that. We heard your voice and incorporated it into a new name called Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day. Now, this is not to take away from the traditions of the island, such as the Discovery festivities, but to elevate and revive the celebration to what it was before until the holiday was taken away. For many of you expressed concerns about the cost of the holiday. This has always been addressed in the bill, which requires compensatory time off rather than holiday pay for employees that work on this day, eliminating the $500,000 cost associated with a government holiday. Bear in mind, every national holiday costs this government $500,000. So I like many members of the community. I am being very fiscally responsible in addressing this holiday. The consensus I have also found while addressing or listening to our community was that since canceling the Discovery Day holiday, the once vibrant and bustling festivities down south, they are no longer the same. And this transpires throughout the southern end of our island. We also lost a key opportunity to continue to educate our youth, our visitors, about our Guam history and our Chamorro heritage. The cost of this has been far greater than the $500,000 our people were worried about spending for this holiday. And the cost has been our culture, which has already been slowly fading. This is too great of a cost to measure against any dollar associated with any holiday. I do want to commend the University of Guam, the many efforts of the Chamorro Studies program, the commending of the Chamorro teachers, provided wonderful curriculum. I believe now there's over 100 teachers, the arts, the craftsmanships that are working very hard to revive or to sustain, to perpetuate our culture. As a youth, the holiday, or the Discovery Day holiday for me at one point, was a day set aside to celebrate Guam's history and culture. Discovery to me was more of a growing up in the southern end, was taught that it was the discovery of our Chamorros or our ancestors' perseverance, persistence, and tenacity to address these oppressions during that era. So that is discovery to me. That's the discovery. It was also a day when families, tourists, and local community members flocked down to the south for the thousands of, or actually by the thousands, to enjoy the Chamorro food, the culture, dance, arts, crafts, and historic reenactments. Many of my senators or elder senators here have provided these activities in the past. As a community, we don't think twice about celebrating the many national holidays that are relevant to our U.S. history. But since the elimination of the Discovery Day holiday over a decade ago, there is not a single day set aside to pause and reflect on Guam's history and Chamorro Heritage Day, or Chamorro Heritage. Bill 286 addresses this void and reinstates one day a year and calls it Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day. Seduas Masi, and I look forward to hearing your testimony, and I'm open to your feedback. Thank you, Vice Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Mr. President Underwood, I'm sorry, but there are 3 pages of people that have signed up before you, so I'll call them in order that they signed because I don't want to bypass anybody that signed up before us. The first one was Robert Underwood. The second was Magatlahi Pagat. Sina of Sinan Ofing. Taladzero. And Ronald Laguatnia. I understand, but these people have been waiting for an hour. Huh? Oh, that's fine. All right. But I'm just saying that there are other people that... All right. Well, let's hear this 4, and then we'll go to the next set.
Okay. Situs Masim, Mr. Speaker, and todos si senador ni mangaigig ni Aguon. Agbaho si Robert Underwood, representan Maisago, to representan Universidad Guahan. Zauna be testigo gwini por este asunto, zabe na claro na husapoti idea na debido mana Guahan o fina holiday para este para matuna za para uma recogniza y cultura za ni hinasu za ni tradisyon Mansamoro. Lo gihiningeko lasis na haane ni ma-identifika. Sa por afa titapuni no manadanya na holiday taneti mafananan antes na tempo Discovery Day. Dadangin taatan desde pagumatutuhon si Manan Samoro gito GW Zagwaho dan si Len Carrigan tumutuhon na ito gi Febrero gi 74 na saktan. Gui na tempo in adjek mano gi kalendaryo kalan bakante. Mano gi kalendaryo kalan taja esta holiday. Pues ito na in adjek Febrero na mes, o timen Febrero, dan itutun matso na mes, de sa kalan taja esta masilerebag na tempo. Pues tatati Discovery Day ni introduce si Senador Adrian Sanchez. Parewa dyan Charter Day gi Universidad. Masilebra Charter Day gi matso na mes, suka ma-fit Charter gi Disyembre, ma-celebra gi matso na mes, sa edgi bakante, ang ginunatan gi kalendaryo sa manadan holiday siya, gi pamalo na tiempo gisakan. Pues ito na rason na ma-identifika con tiempo i matso na mes, bago humudong i mes Chamorro. Pues dos gwini na asunto debido makonsidera jangin para makonsigi na plano para ma-identifika finet na Lunes gimatso. Gaigis na motibo jahu gov-onna jahu respeta todo itsetso niya mucho mas itautomatak por masilelibra ni hagas masilelibra Discovery Day da tiutsatsanda na idea tiutsatsanda no na celebrasyon. Utsasanda. Por hafa na rason na para ta celebra ifenatonia magi si Magallanes. So kahaftaymano tasangan na ta celebra si Magallanes ta celebra. Claro. Animato si Magallanes ginigitanota. Staba antes di tumuno gibatko. Sa mege siya gi man marino gibatko, man malongo, man sitnudan, man mamatay nyalang, man mamatay mao. Mafaisen si Magallanes dan itaw-taw niya siya. Lik niya, angin mamuno ho tauto. Wini na tono. Lakmo si telepas niya. Kosikisinya inkanno itelepas niya. Da pwede ha ninapanhomlo ha. Pesistige na klasen tauto man matto gini na tiempo. Pues fuera de Mapuno 7 na Mansamoro na tiempo. Itzige hinasunia na tiempo. Dedike ling ninya edzo siya na klasen tauto matto gini para tafan ma sibilisa. Pues haga sa hastot ba zo por hafa na rason na para ta celebraste. Utungan na sinya matulay kay tahungan hu agradece ito na si Senator Morrison dyan ni mangatong niya gini na hunggan matulay ka ititulo lo emotibo gagagya. Pues fuera de ano, todo sa tumungo that sinya guahati umaksepta natatungo natitumadzok si magajones gizomata. Titumadzok gizomata. When titumadzok hagat niya. Lo kasi siguro natitumadzok humata. Sa matutuhon esti gi 1926 na saktan na finet na biyay na maselebra na tumadzok si Magallanes gita humata. Anay mahatsa di monumento ni Gaigi Estapogo gi presente gi sagwa humata gini ni Guam Teachers Association. Pues gininedzo na matutuhon. Malofan 400 años. 4 na siglo malofan. Tataza na marekognisa na tumadzok si Magallanes humata hasta que 1926. Pues desde eso makontinua ya makonsigis tiene celebración. Pues esta dos en un punto. Lo jangin ta insiste, ta hungan hu agradece idea na ta insiste na para mafatinas fina holiday fina gupot para iman chamuro siya na tautawgi. Malada be ofreció 8 siya na fecha ni guaha. Enero, día 26 enero 1565, January 26, 1565, matto si Legaspi gitsa humata. Eno tatungo na matto gitsa humata. Jaha proklama na idun Espanya istinatono. Eko kumalagon celebrano, lo siguro na sigun itiningo manistuti desti na hunggan matto si Legaspi gitsa humata na tiempo. Febrero 1, 1899, mahatsay bandera ng Amerika gwinigit sa Guam. Hadzi malago sumelebra no sa sinya ta olok na gininedso. Sinya ta tulay ka jo sustansya niya na gigon mahatsay bandera eto natatungo na guaha diretsota politikat como Mansamoro da debi dita spia hafa menaulekta como Mansamoro. Dia 2 de abril 1672, April 2nd, 1672, mapuno si San Betores. Ito sa sinya un celebra y mapuno niya angin Gostamoro. La sinya un celebra y religion mo angin Gof Katoliko. Maulig do sa sinya idige perfecto angin un sasangan na guaha no sinisedi giman malofan siya na tempo ni ha imbrasa dos na idea. Idige dia 2 de abril. Dia 11 de marzo. Idige no. Nanayo lugar para una 1672 mapuno siguro. Matay siguro. Día 13 de julio 1948, cumpleañoso. Teka como natetendido. Ay Aguon esitanado. Okay. Día 2 de agosto 1874, mapuno si Dos Pasos. Magalahin español. No. Masananang defino English assassinated Pinino as Jose Salas. Pues todos disia sinya un adject para un considera. Sa janggen para un fatinas holiday na siguro. Por favor, apanelos, maneluho, na siguro na dinansi y celebrasyon. Na siguro na dinansi y celebrasyon dan klaro konsensata. na jangin ta sasangan na para ta protehe za ta bansa mona isti i costumbre en Zamoro, pues nihi za ta adzik unu guihe na fecha aneguaha sin sedi ni man magahit na anop i espiritu iman Zamoro. Isti para tanadanya ifinatonya magi si Magallanes de ni celebración ni tautautono ni hapuno sieti kinago ni gini ni marino siya ni manstaba gibatko angin mamuno ho tauto gini lakmos si tilipasnya cosa que sinya in kanno pues allí ikakano tilipas para ta celebra za eno tinigi pigafeta pues tangin ta considera todo no mas maulig 20 sa kala ginatanho kala nisti fiu taung sige fino English ang gingwaha no modok ni redondo da ililok ni quadrado da sigaon atsa holom sigaon atsa siguro na malum lo 20 mege de nestrosa gi orizania tati claro tati lebo pues daki di mangayit talolo gi mes Zamoro poco na mes ganako 20 nakta considera otro sea na idea taimana para ta na Fatinas isti dinitin minan maisa siya i Zamoro gi politika na banda para taimano para ta na siguro na mauusa i fino Zamoro gi todo i tiempo ta taimano para maset bigi sistema ng gobernamento lo tawa na bena claro na hu respeta todo siya i tetsu niya itauto mucho más ni sumilelebra isti hagas mafananan Discovery Day tu tasanda siya da con respeto na hulakmos isti na informasyon cosa que sinya tagi tausa para tagiya hit mo na pako na tiempo situs masi ni tiempo nito.
Thank you very much, Dr. Underwood, for that history lesson. If March 3rd had been the holiday this year, it would have been on my birthday. But that was no reason to celebrate, and I'm sure most of you would not have wanted to celebrate that. But there is a good reason to have a holiday in March, and that would be March the 6th, the day of the walkout. Now, that would be a Chamorro holiday that I could get behind. Magalay Pagat Hago. Pinena?
Underwood the more testimony and bonito dan claro dan agagang lo finena malago para pe recognition si nitu Mayor Blas gini ki Mayor ni Mangilaw and guahu si Dan Jackson ni magalahin ni Nasyon Zamoro mafananaano si Pagat angin para tana official estin ginaha para tao pupuni gini pago ako sinahit na manogi put fabot data kanta asti panogi Zamoro dan inifesi dapat itu tuhuna pago da surano o to inifesi está panogi Zamoro purita nota kanday matunanya ito duilugan para iora para igloria abiba isla sempala para pe agang alim si Rano da kita utok gue inefesi Rano.
Inefesi. Ini mastakilo gihin sokko. I mastakilo gi corazonho. Dani mas vigo nani nasinyaho. Upresin maisazo para be protehi. Dano defendi. I hinengi. I cultura. I linguaje. I airi. I hanang tanitang sa moro. Ni exacto directo gitinazu stata. Este wa fitna. Ilesbirka. Dani banderaho. I bandera moha. Viva tomorrow.
Viva.
Viva Guam.
Saya nama si Morris hunggan gayu gini para pehu testigo na pehu supporti semua ni si apa proponin na bio mafanaan Guam historical history right pues dangin magayat na para Guam historical history kau sini lagi mamatina sa no amendment daun na halama di data fishing rights gini sa data lagi na inheritance dari sa kulturatan ay timegagay senators para pe usangan da pe naya laki pangalo siya no kampun apa po masangan lao astot bahu la sti stabahu gini taftaf jajan gua ko gua pisisu para pe to gi pa ke eskwela ni para pe fan udun no demonstration di para eskwela para esti mestamoro za muna fo na esti sa inisokuna para las 9 na pamatutuhon law lami tin para la taftaf na gininhita ni manaw tano ni manggaji pagwa gini na ora hita muna mot esti alam Baik sangat nak lataf-taf mon nak kumotodi tahu-tahu man hujung di lataf-taf sempi makpo itu na hearing ipohan masuk ke lataf-taf data na apo na esti sa di sini lah kompendia pasti nak kada hitan ni tahu-tahu tono to tempo man optimuhit law Morris talum bray hunggan selo pare suptihaw ni esti popopone na bio dan kau sini mamatina sa kung banda ayat yo setan pamatinasan kung banda no amendment na kantodo fishing rights na halam gini anggen magahit na jota inherited esti gini ta itanota tisinyaw aluk kultura da anggen matu itempo ni para ta demonstrate patapan hanaw gatu gina lugar ki imanu na man makumbidahit taatan manu na para ta persuade jota culture pues patafamaisin kwanto belinya lugar Naian na din na Paragua, naian na lala ikultura. Dan ada patafamaisin kwanto belinya. Sa angin mohon tapi piga esti kulturata ki episadot hina tatungo kwanto belinya. Law taza price-nya esti na kultura dan Aguon di Michelle itamuro na lingwahe. Saya nama masih guay tahu dan guay danzo buenas dan mangiogan todos esperando. Wa ta lo si paga dan bay magalahin ni nation tomorrow. Adios.
Excuse myself. Offing.
Buenas, banana si Jul Panzo todo gwenolo na sidinot. Waho si sign an offing. No ungan usapot this na resolution na bill dan si saya masih pada si Underwood na sa eskwela tatlo tough no gagan daughter heritage no pes ikaw kan hasu ST resolution tati gi number 29 staba speaker guhi guagi sabat si defuntun Andrew Santos pada ST chief farau kan hasu na resolution 29 that was introduced but was never passed. It was never passed. Bagwaha gini bisangan dari Nancy si Underwood na unggan no mapuno si Chief Faragi Espanyol gi 1672. Whereas by 1684 about 100,000 of our Chamorros sacrificed their lives rather than be subjected as a supreme sacrifice for which our ancestors have not received proper recognition. Nisita, ta recognize siya na tatagwis tati na tempo our ancestors. We have to recognize these people that they sacrificed their lives when the Spanish people came in. They do not want to be under the Spanish roots on those days. And I've been picturing it in my mind what happened to them, that they did kill themselves for this. Because I don't know if can assist in takin gini na resolutions atan the first designated let me listen. Relative to honoring the recognition of Chief Horal, the 17th century Chamorro chief of Fagotña, for his inspiring speech which marked the first organized resistance of the Chamorros to defend Guahan from foreign domination, to designating the Chief Horal as Guahan's national hero, and to designating the first Monday of March as Chief Horal Day. I remember this back then. I even told my kids and my grandchildren the stories of this, and even this one is still inside my room. The resolution is still hanging in my room. My grandkids goes, Grandma, how come that is up there? Read it, and you will find out. Even Chief Horal's speech is still in my bedroom. My grandkids come inside, they read it. They know I'm teaching all their culture. They're half of my grandchildren are American. My daughter-in-law is American. She was raised back there, but she loves Guam. She loves Guam. She was back there in the States for 9 months, and she keeps crying every day, Mom, I want to come home. I told her, but Amy, you are home over there. This is not my home anymore. I want to come back home. So she came home. They all came home. But Senator Morrison, I support you on this paper. And I hope that these people back here support you also. Sana masih ni maktu pagun na dia hagasak ke maktu da pagun na dia na maktu. Jadi este talog bago ni uno antes bisa penonton gua si paga po Faison Hanzo angin sina i-nominate gwi pada nomination paper biologi gobyerno para gwi jay Faison i gobyerno ko sina ma-nominate him as magalahin paga sa kada semana humahana papa para sengsung pagat anak gagasgas anak susay besula pagu anak todo do ilatis tonggi papa angin taja man maktanju anak papa ilatis tong pesanggin tumuno ka papa man manoda talus sa lusong gi papa pesanggin atan ujung una atan taw hujung tasi tabat tisinan ii tasi hujung wijaw mohana papa dan igat somnia man gagasgas da kada 2 weeks humahanam na dos nagagasgas in lolon mo kadzabi chakon gi semena no jo mga man sinudan ni tawti man hana papa pesa jo fa Faison ko sinan support tigwi no kinesin nomination desto na I gobyerno desta pa gut tataja no respondo taktik sana masya ni i-support ni Duenas na.
Thank you, Sana. Manana sa Diyos pa ang siniro talos taladeros. Inino na rin malago be recognition to gusto man makto na teledono ganyan po ma recognition stinabio. Ganda bio si Senator Morrison. Kosi po tanti tatungo ganyan maano jan hodje na tawtawis. Ano ata ni stinabio na tungkulo na si Diyos masi sa tu explica udong si Senyor Anduan. Lo inasu gini para na mes ipatarecognition. Komento si Senyor Underwood por haja na tauto siya manimportante. Natisina ta recognition todos tig yung mesa. Can we recognize all the individuals that Senator Underwood recognized in the same month? I explica todo do sti legna quantos tempo tati 1600s and todo. Lo mas importante gini na ora sti na bio ni por recognition for the holiday
di po marikunisa stigi tempo ni samoro na pago na tempo. Ifa magonta pago na ora di kada eskwela. Marikunisa tiningot samoro. Itenda zanunatan sa molomos ta manasisibi sa malili hirinsan samoro. Walay no aso monos tina na kinalamtin tina oversight hearing of tamano na para go debe adu mana posibles ti iuno zangin put balid salapi ni magagasta gini za megeta recognition na klasin holiday gini ni Estados Unidos ni uno presidente ni timan mambobotet ta recognition no Martin Luther King holiday lota recognition no apa na ni motto gi oversight hearing gini gi paisti tomorrow ni para holiday ito gwa hearing tada na ungong na gaigi gi Martin Luther King gwa hearing ko sine no pino August no DJ ko 20 gwa menegeti no mo ne no
There was a hearing.
There was
on
a
the,
hearing?
There was a hearing on the bill for the Martin Luther King holiday.
Kus bay pasino senior
That was about 4 years ago.
apa problema honest na biyo
It would still have to have a hearing to have a
Okay.
bill.
Sige na isupport ti todo sam ni mangaigi gini. Kos na mago festi fa maguun zanggen pangalanting galung skwela sa ma onra ikuturan sumuro. Asanga na si Andovo ni po di charter school ni Jim mintatay siya council fairs ang todo. Todo naman niya gikada isla iktada mundo mangaigi gini sa ma taatan todo no siya. Itrudisina. Mega na tanamapur ya pa pakinalam teta hita gyalum sanalom i bimata pa di sanalom i tanota. Tagugos tali no na tempo. Espiritu manayna gini ni sanata sang ginunatan tati todo do i matatutudzi. Wana questiono gini gi nasoku mana nagagi pago da tempo respeto ni poromali mona ezu na kurenti i dipusi para hita ni mansumuro ni tapanui fa magunta ne tagosi putanti astiga fa malaku tatti naman mati todo sa anak si guguru naman mapanonagi fa magunia ni Vicente di pusi di aru di alami respeto na banda hadis ya ginin manusia Gos magufuz ang introdusir manatsu sa taatan todos ti idepusi iniran di pay kulturan sumur. Komento si Paga dan si Ofing podesti kultura komento sa si Senor Paga nesti Magaloy. Agasaw Senators Pescador. Agasaw na panlalay pa magunno. Pago na tempo a contradisyo usti za inirat esti na klase ni hinasu za ingin po di kultura za nisti biyo ni tarekunini siya gini na mes. Ti ular kumumpendi hafa na tisina yung kumpendi za na dinansi hafa di pusi resensyatan ni zipa taatan za tanatatsu. Zangin sige na taatan ni zi at sulati todo za tapona azo. Gaiga tali at sulati gaigi zadlo. Man mafatu turista gini sa maatan todos ti siya na maniya. Lohafa na tasbipya todo tempo gyalo misanalom gini gyalo misulapta. Zangin motu para ikuturata. Hugos mapun. Gos na piniti pago na tempo zangin mamukataw huzung gitasi. Wana sinya bezuti timpoku gimes beono pa estina mes ni ma recognition para gua holiday. Ambis pa gua na tempo mahono pa kada eskwela sa mapapasino pa bikwentos. Irrespeto gini gelo mi spiritu manaina gini nita para tatanslada guatu gi pamagonta. Minadam biay taatan guana ba na ti mismo pamagonta ha jani jotta gransya. Jaki inti ti na irresponsibility ni ji patapana gi pinutumuro. Dahil mismo langin mono ho para yung bisita. Iguma Tagalog, pariguma Korean, sama lili na mga kwentus ni Finunia. Apa na tanagugos mapuristigi para hajit na kasinto tawis. Malago lai senedor na nisti tagini pa Augusti tarikuninisya sti mes ne. Tapang pospan nizi sa tanatan muna nizi mono sina para tatsuji. Inis pepekta giza hamzu di pusi ini ran na klase ni nasu galim kurson mizo. Atana kontus na tauto gini man motto pa pan kistigo. Itelepono gigima siga gonggong. Purason na apa na sina yotu ma recognition za isti. Sina ma recognition. Que esto se fanan por validar salapti. Kamagay isti na timagay rin. Sige ne. Ano atan put historian the history as it looked. What was the one thing, the wrongdoing that happened down in Ilmana? We took away, or you took away something that was very important. Knowing the history of it, and you close the school, various things that children are meriting, the various heritage from their parents, grandparents, great-grand, they went to those schools. So what are we recognizing? That's why this bill is important, so that we all recognize this when the time comes to look at the most respective thing coming from who we are, from our parents, from our great. It has nothing to do with Magellan, or it has something to do with our spiritual value being tomorrow's. And when you look at this, before, when you look back then in the history of the Magahaga and the Magalahi, I'm one who knows about those things also. And I understand. But what I don't understand today is how we are pursuing something that is heritage to us and how we're ignoring it because of the value of the dollar. Napiniti, senators. And the one thing that I really would like to ask, why isn't Senator Wampat here and of the other senators? This is the thing that's important. Hanggang magahit kalan tigaygi zo na klaseng kwestiyon na debi gini no. Lutenga tahungong gafa importante ni pro ma-address uzong giafa na maniya. Lo estigi pagu na zao na afa na tirili kinsi na. Bueno natan na todos kintodos tenda za no masya mono gi eskwela za manono amzu. Manggagi pa magunta na manasese siya lahas todo siya nizi para representa sa ma-recognition. Senator Morrison, I salute you. And I hope and pray the other senators look at this clearly. Because it is important that who we are and where we came from and what we're standing for, it is important not only for us, it is important for our children from generations to generations to marry that and have a standing point of who they are. If we can go to different islands and look at their culture, so many times I look at the perspective of culture in its heritage-wise and how traditional things, and here on Guam, our heritage is not being stand for. I, for one, so many times I got arrested for passing through one area because I'm going to go fishing to provide for my own family. And it hurts me to teach my children or my nieces and nephews that they cannot walk on the various grounds where their parents have fed their children and lead them up with the bountiful of fish, land, or sea, whatever it may be. But then the question of the dollar again comes in. I'll be honest with you, what is destroying us right now at this point in time? It's how we're dictating these things, how we're looking at these things. And it hurts me every time I sit down and I look at my sons, my daughters, and I look at my nieces and nephews in the kind of role. Tata fa na tisina monet gati gianik pumipis ko piti. O nana apa na tisina mono ulu gigi na sabona sa tisina sa mautsu sa matsuli. Why are we giving our spiritual value for other things? Why are we not standing for the various things that are heritage to us so that our children can merit from each and everything of who we are and what we are? People that comes here should respect what we want in the dialogue that we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be dictating that. Not looking for numbers that says, if you come here, how many immigrants do we have? And then when I look at them, oh, our culture is like this. Very boring, no, BJ? Huh? It's very boring, right? I'll be honest with you, I'm very diligent, Senator BJ. So it's important right now at this moment because this is the table that we sit in. And we're looking at each and every one of you and how you assess these things each time you guys sit there. And I hope and pray that Senator Morrison's bill will pass through. Because if not, my dear people of Guam, this hurts each and every one of our children out there at this point in time, celebrating Chamorro Week, Discovery Week, Inaron, Mauricio, wherever it may be. It's important that we pay tribute to each and everything. Just wait until Chinese independence or Philippine independence comes. We go and pay tribute to that also because we're a part of it. We all are in the same culture. We may not have the same religion, but we have the same culture in the aspects of respecting one another and how to build each other as a whole, as a family. That hurts, gentlemen, because it really I see something here that is important for each and every one of you to recognize. This holiday, whether it comes from the 1st to the 2nd to the 26th or whatever it may be, I think this whole month should be recognized in general. At this moment, there are children out there. I'm supposed to go to 3 schools. But this is important because this Gosmagufu na Stina Paraguay for my recognition holiday para este. If it takes one family to take his whole children for that day to go down to Mauricio, Enron, or whatever it is, my goodness, that place, that grandchildren, that children, gives them that attention to go and look at the various things that what we're celebrating. A todos los senators, pwede na posible este na bill, recognition este sa gos importante. Manana si Diyos pa todos ang. Tangklo na si Diyos mo. Thank you.
I guess Ronald, you're and Joseph, John Lawrence, Fahid, and Mayor Morrison. Joseph.
Vice Speaker Cruz, thank you so very much for giving the Department of Human Affairs this opportunity. And I would like to clarify to the room that you were certainly not disinterested. As a matter of fact, I was gesturing to you just a few moments ago of you being really nice and cool. And you put your head up and your eyes, you rolled your eyes backwards because you don't take to compliments very well. But thank you so much for your generosity and your continued support. I do know where you're coming from and all your endeavors over the years. And it takes a total 15 of senators to make this a collaborative effort. And I look forward to this support. Guaho si Joseph Flores Artero Cameron, Guaho Gumalulu i Departamento ni Kahaw Gunan Samoro. Este na testimonio para mafanaan gifno English Bill 286-32. Dankulu na si Zeus Masi. Ni este na oportunidad. Ni bay una hujung dankulu na testimonio para este na bill. At ko para amendi imitien tu uno na pinelo gileblo i para establisi iha anin historian guahan sa nirensian Samoru como lugar ni grupot para igobernamenton guahan. Este na celebración culturan Samoro ufanan nagwiza para ifamagonta para upot riqueza en historia niha zasinia unepok imegay na grupo en otro cultura giza guahan pago. Buenti kana 4 medallas y riqueza en historia guahan di maabiba ni Mansamoro za esta pago gagaygiahi sinentenia ni kultura todo sit gwini. Un día talo mas para ta celebra za tapan banidosun maisa para la megaina sengsongi sanhaza para uma continua za uma sedi inatulaika gi historiania ikantan ni Samoro, idandan Samoro zan ibaila para umamayla na henerasyon. Giminagahit, imahot umatak, tumututuhon. Ha esti na sapoti za malago para uadlanta megay na programan kultura za usa igima eskwela ni edistaba mafananaan FQ Sanses. Kalanhulilia na esti na haanin kultura na tadong isinentinin manmamayla na tiempo para historian Samoro. Oportunidad para udangklo na presentacion ilitrato para iklaro para presenta pinetlun matirat tinigi audio zan i video medium za trustis samoro ufangatsung za ufandanya inadahin po palut i komunidad za umana nuevo i plano zangin manhano para umatak zan entero mundo i sengsung san haza sia za umali i nuevo na historia ni guahan zan usigi ha mon lumatla ikuturata entre manhoben ni man malalago zan malago manungo como man samoro siguro zo na como mapasa este na acto siempre isiniun iman business siya para upanaunaw giplanehan sinisede para umakumbida mas bisita za ahi tiputha anin guputha loput man malago para mautungo irikesan historian itzamoro sa historian san Hadza lokwe petlas isan Hadza napati gizagwahan ni aanok iminasapit za ni binatbaro itinangga za tutafan malefa ni bunitun ilugat za ni bunitun itsalaniha ma posgesia imanautaw san Hadza gwahan man animoso za siempre umanlalala gi espiritun samoro. Thank you very much for this opportunity to provide testimony in full support of Bill 286, an act to amend subsection 1001 of the Guam Code annotated relative to establishing Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day as a legal holiday of the government of Guam. The celebration of the Chamorro culture not only of teaching our children of our rich history, but also enhances our many cultural group on Guam today. The almost 4,000-year rich history of Guam enhances the Chamorro people who have sustained their culture to the very lives of our current-day residents. An additional day to celebrate the Chamorro pride in one of our southern or several of our southern villages will allow the exchange of perpetuating the story of the Chamorro, songs of Chamorro, musics of Chamorro, the dance of the Chamorros for generations to come. In fact, it was really the mayor of Umatak who was very much in favor at the onset on another bill that would protect the historical perspectives of Umatak as a village on its own. I can envision a lasting impact for this cultural day would have on the future of the Chamorro story. The opportunity to grow presentations, illustrations, incorporate a display of artifacts, archival materials, graphics, audio and visual medium, and Chamorro crafts would be a companion to innovative assembly of communities going to Umatak or to all the other villages to view post-contact history in Guam and the ever-increasing cultural resurgence amongst our visitor industry to increasingly participate in planned events, not only for the holiday itself, but also regularly in their interest to learning the rich history of the South as well. In the southernmost part of Guam, it is a gem that portrays hardships of heroism, hope, and insurmountable reminder of a beautiful landscape alive and beautiful scenic routes. The southernness of Guam are resilient and will grow with that Chamorro spirit. I fondamento ni kulturang Guahan, gaigigi espiritun Samoro, zanyo na iyan na ufalingo. Malaguzun, na bayusohzo todo imahot, siya gisan Hadza, na ufandanya, za umafatta ilugat niha, durantin esti nagupot. Esti na akso, meggay minawlek niya sa Guaha inadahi putsino umunga ufalingo ikuturan itsamoro. Gininihenengeta ni Espiritun Samoro na lala la ilingwahi idandan ikanta zani bailata. Isengsung san Hadza siya umatsuli bentaha ni esti nagupot. Za ufandanya za umanaot din esti na selebrasyon iman Samoro. Un dia para inilaw, pribinizi, pasehon minagov para ibisita, zan con todo tau-tau-tano. Paseho za taza fatta, iminagov zan iman tindidun tauto, ni mangayi gisan Hadza. Isan Hadza na sengsong siya, guahabula man bonito para mafatta, za esti nahaaning gupot sinya maseso ibisita mafatoykwe. The spirit of the Chamorro is and always will be the fundamental to Guam's cultural destiny. I am encouraged to recommend that all Southern mayors will join as one in the showcasing of the South during this holiday. The bill has much potential in safeguarding the further erosion of the Chamorro culture. It is a testimony to the Chamorro spirit that so much of the language, the music, the song, to collectively enjoy in this celebration of Chamorro, a tour of our Southern hospitality. The southernmost villages of Guam have spectacular features, and this additional holiday could illuminate a wave of visitors to regularly frequent the south of Guam. Megay man Samoro man matay, giminimun Espanyol san Hapones. Lo man lalalahit sa iman Samoro sumasangan istorya niya, zaman maulik isinangan niya. Many Chamorro people died in the conflicts of the Spanish and Japanese wars and occupations, yet we as Chamorros, we tell our story and we tell them well. Este na acto importante na plano por islata siempre ha celebra y hinanauta como mansamorue. This bill has strategic importance in our island. It shall commemorate, quote unquote, our journey as Chamorros. Si Zeus maasi.
Thank you very much, President Underwood. Cameron. Mr. Laguana.
Havade Sinod Gehilo, Senador B.J. Cruz. Havade Loki Giza Parahago Loki, Senador Michael Nicholas. Manana si Zeus Parahago Loki, Senador Ben Pangilinan. Tandangklo na Hutuna House Senador Tommy Morrison. Si Ronald Laguana zo, Gaigi zo gini pago pabesen supporti estina lai priniponi. Este agi domingo malakumata ko. Gitamzo ni tumungo si Big John dan igatnya Betsy. Harna papa gi zon ali zanezu na tauto. Matu cinya digbai zazun na tauto. Zahap quintutu si todo i mambisita ni mama fatu papa gi. Kung tungo si Big John, harna papa zon quintusi zuna tauto. Ana sen magufzo sa hukokoni i mangatongo. Za hasan naman liliko gi islas ne. Lo ay naman suguham gui akoni ganya si Betsy. Za ne memi le nya tana zu matsuda Gatorade. Todo si sa kwentos na. Hanapan natsalik todo turista. Todo gi pilenya todo ganya le nya stigi si Betsy. Malagon zu ben stigi mas met good na 4x. Pesa na fan off road todo tauto ni mamauday. Lo edzigi ponsienti kultura za gaigi zu dipusi po gaigi zu gini sa usangonya. Lo tsatsagay tauto. Lo gaigi gwina hafafata todo po di historianya esti na islap mucho mas edzo na songsong. Ay pa be sa matu di hanapanyan ti uzo na tauto gi papa za utuna gi za be menti por hapa na taigi zu pago lo gaigi na atsotsogi i dipusi para kultura dan lingwahe. Pesa babe ane pago malumo gini gegan lai eni ge ripara na nakala no sesenti gi za hamzo ne. Esta dos bais tasti no lili gi za hamzo. Pandanya fan put favor iman dos banda na partida. Munga ma fa politikat istina na asunto. Fan agoti kanay pandanya speaker. Zona pasas ti sa sen magahit si Talajero. Sen magahit si Pagat. Si Oping Todo, si Robert Underwood, dinancha si presidente. Lo Debbie di tatsornix ti. Sa todo si hamenti. Ang ginamenti fanan 5 na fetsa. Maulik na mamenti gini zo tana holiday todo zuloki. Importante entry mas man matungo ifa magun i historiata. Mas man manhonggi, mas man malago. Na parata fan la gini sasta man mafna se gini. Malingo sta 100% ha. Na tatsamoro gini islata. Sen importante este na priniponi. Za husento na hao ni takkilo. na onru senyor za hamzu loki nanay hamzu loki neno como manatso hamzu para esti sa uli na angin put sa lapi ni todo tempo put sa lapi uri para gastun sa lapi esti kuturata ti debi no sa gimalofan tempo i man manainata ti matungo mas pudi ansyano na tempo edza mas ti dingunya put tempon gera sinana hasan na sangan put ian syano na tempo tadza tiningunya edza mas matungo pudi tempon gera ses edzigi mas ma efekta no siya lo enigi pesguata lo dong kulun in suttu ane mamementisti gi K57 hiningok ko na man masasangan babahit na parata palibita esti kosaki dangin langin todo si siya mamatsotsu gi private na banda ti ufan miresi pes todo si siya gi gobernamentu ufanana papa gi todo do ufanana papa matek enigi legnya walara mo na todo do fanano ada dangin Independence Day patapanggupo ulo gi Amerika tata celebra gi hain sutau zo na tau enigi 3 kilo dalay ta celebra gi espiritu gi corazonta masya gi zamone lotar na tungi pamagonta i hapa malofan put magellan talo hafe ta tsogi makpo sta zo historia no importante no matungo hapa mabidata edzigwe i punto gwe tisina tabire tatti tatasangan tagini lo zanggin takapatilisa edzo na banda o matungo i turista na eno na tomogi si Magellan ma comprendi sa ti mega itumungo matsotsu gi turista na banda kana 15 anisu matsotsu zau kokoni siya turist papa gwi sa anyo sangoni na enigi na malum si Magellan ti mahongyo lo leko ata na estigi historiata za importanti at suka mamapunuhit lo esta makpo mala pago da tapanlala da ta celebra ilinalata edzigi na i sen bonito itutulunyas ti i historia dan i irensya ni Mansamoro kosa kita sangani tat ay duka unggan man mapuno tagi gina tempo lo mala pago da tapanlala estigi talo 8 na punto edzu anay madeklara edzu na haani manafan matsotsu to GPA dan i waterworks hafazo i goberno ha deklara hafana tadi roga i hafalengnya goberno man ma ordin i tautonia po fan matsotso ekka lo hamdu reglano saput salapya talo lo sinya zo ma reglazi za o ma celebra loki eno siya natatawgis put historianya i otro i eskwela man panlibita lo man fan eskwela talo famagun hafano kalan ta deklara pesta bire tati za takubria talo zo ti bali enige pes debi di tanalais ti kosaki todo fan conformi pes todo tempo o repara lai estigi todo tempo itsamoro ultimo estigi siya na palabra sa muhudong jalamilu iman mahonyo man magatsa patafan mafatani ti roga sanda disatendi hita uttumu mala za tabira za tanatat kilo tatuna ta sopotti ta karinyu ta onra ta biba ta nai animu dan ta saluda hana para edzo na banda zon sienti dana bebetuna iman senador ni man mattu para resolution Mr. Moro senador Nicholas senador Morrison dan los cuantos guanos si senador Barnes dan los cuantos guanos ha untunga engogo fatan no todam ni man maestran Samoro in titifung no tat kilo no i inatatannya i publiko como ti matto gi edzo na celebration ni para madeklara o na i macelebra esti mes Samoro za matutina esta uli trakto no na tablero lai matutina di dinansi sa gopatan sa importante no maaatan namzo ni man tau-tau ta tipod apa senyor lo atan sahami ni man luluk-luk I corazon mami jadi haga mami put kultura taman matayet ti mahungu ki lengwahi semmataya lengwahi esta ki pada mataya na duro man manungi tau to mamalago talo pues enigi gaigi gini pago na pabe-presenta kita hamzu pago amuhujeng esti na tablero hidasti tablero ni Mesta Moro tabe baba tabe fatinas una babena yamzu kada uno 15 esti na tablero para kada uno kita hamzu za hidasti na tablero pudi tema za ano ka igi tema gini lengnya Tano misimidza niren shatta gifamagu onta. Plant the seeds of our heritage among our children. Put favor hasu imanoktati. Pues may presentas ti kita hamzu. Ay dispensa do. Tapos dong ipatot na makina. Ano tatawag sa aga nga Lo tiparafa. Lo pabegago kita hamzu todo. Luhu dan manenahu put pabot manggaya iman maneluta gini takti tini si saryo na para itataw mataka gienatan mimizu todo duham gita notti gitalo jani sanaja manimbrasan esti todo du siya mi spiritun sa moro gi Estados Unidos ni masnya meganya sa moro gita Amerika kini gani gini Guam Pes put favor pega gi corazon mizo tapan zen pandanna zen panagoti kana zen pasa esti. Penai pagu pemalo na Maniluta lo be presentas ti kita hamzo. Tangkulo na si masi za esti gi itabaro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laguana, and we'll make sure that all the senators get it. And one of the most beautiful set of posters that you've come up with were the set of posters that are on the back wall in the legislature with all of the chiefs. And so at some point, I'm hoping that there'll be a celebration for all those chiefs that are. Now that would be a holiday to celebrate. And with that, our current chief, Wyatt.
Buenas dan Hafade. Guajo si Vicente Garrido. Respeta todo Enzo, Senador Reñas, McCreadie, San Nicolás, Speaker B.J.F, Senator Morrison dan Senator Pangilinan. Usapote Izamu Bill. Debi di mana guasti na lain nezi para mana siguro na guasti pata recognition dan hajat na tauto kini kislata. Manggayit kita nota. Manggayit kita nota. Pus debi di kada hapa para tachogwi. Debi di hita finina na. Gini. Kita nota. Ahiti tauto hijong. Hita man maugas. Debi ni tanapan pitmit. Di apan manggayit ini kislata. Parewa na dan esti igwa public hearing. Saya masih ya senior Rano laguarnya sa agango sa tutungo por este. Dalenga tafta papa galas maybe. Datana tayna pago kumekintuso dapat 3 horas. Kwarto na bill mahungok. Hita manutumo. Apa na para hita tori tempo patapanotumo kada gua hearing. Parewa megay singkir manongko wana siya man manangga da siya uttumo opan mahungok. Pino pagar gi finirina. Edzo na mod esti todo gini bula. Tauto. Pod esti na bio. Iti ti poredi mo na tres ni pinin na siya. Na manmatuan gini. Manmatuan gini pot izomobio Senator Morrison. Respeto dan saludo para ako. Lano zaho lekto sa mega biay pinin na todo di iman mantistigon iman mona kigwaho. Saludo dan respeto sa talazero si Pagat si Rano ni pomalo siya. Man maulik dan klaro dan agaga. Na kontoro mo si Congressman Underwood. Sa mega na biyay lai osuno esta lai. Na David maulik na biyo. Sa osuno esta. Kada hapa na istorya put Guam World War II ha tahuhungok. Most of the story that I hear about the people talking about our island is World War II. I'm tired of this, man. That's BS, wow. It's a BS. We should be talking about our homeland. Ni man tao-tao-tano. Ginigis laptahita ni man chamuru. Historia ni man tao-tao-tano. Iman chamuru. Mucho más por y cultura y rinchata. Por itanota y lenguajita. Dan megaisia na para ta identifica hit hadzi na kasintaw-tawit kini kita nota. Importante no. Labing ta sa tawza nesti siya na klase. Nionayan na tatungo hadzi. Sige ta mangento na mambanidoswit na tamoro man todos ti siya nan ekwapa siya pes man malefeta ni kuturata. Man malefeta todo. Anino siya. Hita man tao-tao-tao. Posangin maila nai. Maila da tanah magahit. Tanah magahit hadin na tao-tawgi. Sangin pero magahit hadin na tao-tawgi pos este na biyo. Pero tanganit man hadin na tao-tawgi. Man hadin ginigislapta. Estegi na biyo. Dawo uso puti. Sa wahaloki uno man magalahi gi tempun gwelu tati ugoso puti si chief orang magalahi giza mas man recognition na chief gini lapta desta gaigi zonia speech ge kotti gaigi zonia speech urao speech in the court lana na banidoso zo sa giza tomatsu na chamoro dan manatsu siya meet na chamorros po ma-defendi tanunya ni manholong esti Espanyol ginigis lapta da para patafan mazamak ginigis lapta sa esta man masangar ni na man sakit na tawtawgi dan pino anduon ni lenga dan gin para da tapunos ti siya na tawtawgi da takano tilipas niya lana esta no insulto gatso parewa di perosangan ni na mansakit na tatago sa pilitapat sa uno na lulok gibat kunya. Para goho na kumusina mon tuluan ni man magas. Panmangge katta gato gibet non Spanya. Daw dan gago no pan man apologize. Pan apologize the Spanish government for calling out the island of the thief. They should and remove that off the book. Yeah, so again, okay, remove that language off the book. That is still there in the history of the people from different places. Okay. Pos tanamid gutid. Dahafa mas para tanamid gutid. Gagi gilisensyan ikareta. Iguam lai simple nga tano iman samuro. Pus anggit para tanah magahit itu nai, pus maila na tanah magahit. Sige sti kumikrin na idamu biyo. Na hunggan, tanoy man samuro. Na masya hadan na estranjeros na mapatumag ginigislata. Daging guna lidi license plate. Nga maila no da. Na tanah siguro na manggagit gini tasti na tautagui. Sa atana kung todo izo niya lai simple i tautagwam na na tauno tanu iman samuru ahi ti tanu tautahizong ti tanu Estados Unidos na lengya tanu man samuru pes parewa ikanta ni lengya panogit samuru taza gilenga gi panogit samuru na lengya United States gonna defend Guam haji si juos taagang na mga kanta nga juos protehian Islang Guam. We never say in the song that the United States gonna defend our protect our land. So God is there looking down on us. Pues claro de nagagang tatauda mas pabesangan sana masi todo anzo todo senador Tommy Morrison balik claro sana masi.
Thank you very much, Hahita. Mayor.
Si Guaho si Cecilian Morrison. Hubak February si bill 285 na umapasa. Man periodan todo di man primet siya na mangwekuntos guinin ni po for na itiste man tisiste guin ni po ma suporte i bill pwede mon ora mon si du sa lukfinonia o gagi na todo do hanzo il supporte sa in ajuda afata aliligo. Guasya man malofan mamuentos za bea pula palo di didi asti gifino English za necesita ta gogo fadahit sa gofti na magofesse patafangwekuntos ang gintiman adan si mo na piota esti manihita man ali kada dia dikiki tonu esti za sina tori tempo tapan comprende ni afata satsang sa malofan dikiki tanu tori tempo pa go mas ni todo esti sia I trustes alufino ni high technology un roteti ta manakuntusi da tapan ana I respeto ni afasya no ta liligong za malago na be punta mona in gifino English na we need to remember always from what frame of reference people are standing on when they're talking. Because sometimes it just takes the whole scenario of everybody even that are speaking and staunch in what it is that they are believing in and supporting and you take away from a whole bunch of that stuff. But I want to thank you for your reference to God because I was just showing Larry earlier. I said I stopped in preparing my testimony. For several reasons, I was really jammed for time to meet a federal deadline to ask for money, summer money from the federal government. And so our deadline is tomorrow, and I think we're going to be able to finish it. But my testimony is pondering over and again, and how long ago Tommy had told me about this timeline that we need to be doing a testimony and present it today. And I ponder over and again, and there are so many other numbers of very important reasons to support it. And similarly, as we've heard, bordering on opposite views, that they also abound, and they're equally debatable and equally defendable. And yesterday, amid usual work deadlines and uncanny predicament, to 10 at the beginning of the day, going in and out a number of times to focus on what my testimony is going to be, I was in absolute awe as I turned the page to my best loved Bible verses. And there, glaring out from the pages that my daughter-in-law had given me for Christmas, is Job 11:7 that says, "Can you discover the depths of God? Can you discover the limits of the Almighty?" And I turn around, and since we're made in the likeness of God, I cannot ever get the answers from within. You always look outside, and you always look to your Maker. And so I am venturing into use of these verses to share with everyone and compare them with your innermost questions about yourselves and dare to ask, can you discover your own depths? Can you discover your limits? And why are we in such a dilemma about setting aside one day to recall our history and honor our heritage? Why are we questioning that even? Why are we even providing in the law, in the bill itself, inequity, I feel? And I'm thinking maybe that's why Congressman Underwood was objecting, and I waited to hear. Why are we saying that these holidays for our heritage and our culture, our Guam history, going to not be paid? And then I saw a sign here. I didn't have anything to do with this sign, so we're all thinking alike. That, as my former speaker says, we need to always think about ourselves. I mean, you know, in a way, I think we need to start being a little selfish. And we need to start being a little jealous of what it is that we are about. And we need to be proud of what it is that, you know, we're all, none of us spews Chamorro anymore. We're so mixed, it's not funny. But this is a constant belief that is always there. That I think almost all of us has that kind of inheritance from all of our families. And I look again at all of the history books. I even have two of these history books. And one of the things that glared out is the one that was written by Mr. Chrysostomus, who actually was doing so many photographic work all around the island. And we need to take a look at that one more time, I think, and bring ourselves back to the real issues of what we are as a people and work with one another. Thank you to the sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. John Lawrence.
Good morning, Senators, Mr. Vice Speaker, and committee members. My name is J. Lawrence Cruz, and I'm a resident of Guam. I'm in support of Bill 286 relative to establishing the Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day as the legal holiday on Guam. Since the discussion to reinstate the first Monday of March as a legal holiday, as we had it as Discovery Day, has brought about much discussion. First of all, to commemorate the discovery of Guam, and secondly, the economic impact it will have. I think to reinstate the holiday is a positive direction to preserve, perpetuate, and promote our cultural heritage. I'd just like to read a little reflection that I prepared a little bit earlier, and if I may. Understanding and identifying Chamorro roots is not as complex as one might think. On the other hand, it is not as easy to identify as well. The paradox clearly describes how we, modern Chamorro, actually view ourselves. In recent years, the renaissance of discovering our Chamorro identity, many have resorted to pre-European period, and rightly so. However, there are no documents written about whom and what are Chamorro behaviors, practices, and religion, who we really were by Chamorro. The records of the Chamorro people were written by non-Chamorro, through the eyes of foreigners, from a different cultural standard, social and psychological perspective. In contrast, our ancestors passed on their traditions through stories, legends, songs, and dances. Many would agree that the pre-contact period of Chamorro society had a particular social structure with distinctive traditions and values. These behaviors were passed on from one generation to the next. However, as the chronicles of the missionaries stated, many natives hesitated to embrace the European ways. Nonetheless, a total transformation emerged among the Chamorro with the arrival of the European trading ships and the missionaries. This transformation changed the whole way of life of a people which existed for many years with a certain set of values and behavioral system. The introduction of this whole new way of life resulted in a turbulent period of our history. The chroniclers of the European period never describe how the early Chamorro people felt or what led them to do what they did. They merely chronicled the events of the time in reaction to the circumstances that led to the events. The chronicles are based on the views and perspective of non-Chamorro. So then, what can we truly say was authentically Chamorro? How can we actually and truly apply a practice or even express what is authentically Chamorro if we do not have an actual account of what was from whom we speak? The history books reflect secondhand knowledge of our people from the European outlook and perspective. Today we can only reflect and live the traditions and take it from our own cultural experience. A possible way to retrace this experience is by having to peel off the many years of evolution of who we are as a people. Possibly then can we discover and identify what is truly and authentically our roots of being Chamorro. In reality, we cannot deny the many years of influences of the Spanish period, the pre-war Americanization period, the brief Japanese occupation that was a horrifying experience for our people, and the totally different face of Americanization, the post-war period, and the migration of other cultures to our homeland. To disregard and not accept this evolution would prevent us from likely discovering our Chamorro-ness, our Chamorro roots. The modern-day Chamorro are not who we were when Ferdinand Magellan landed on the shores of Guam. The modern-day Chamorro is a response of the centuries of trauma and good times, building and destroying, taking and giving, collaborating and alienating. Who we are today is how each individual has grown and blossomed in his or own prosperity of varied cultural inheritance. Therefore, celebrate who we are today, for only then can we discover and recognize who we are and ultimately our Chamorro roots. This is a reflection that I had several years that kind of relates to this venture of promoting this bill. So it is important that we, the Tautotanu, take time to celebrate our cultural tradition history. To do so, we can connect our modern-day Chamorro to our past. Our many expression of our culture has been focused on the pre-European period of Guam. This is great, but we need to connect the past to the present. This great void in our cultural experience needs to come to the forefront of our understanding of our Chamorro roots, although this may be a whole different discussion. But the point is that we have a holiday experience where we can use this landmark event as a teaching moment. We celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Our schools, our civic organizations are celebrating the historical significance of what Dr. King stood for, and that is great. When we celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas, don't we use these events as a teaching moment? We even use it for economic advances. Memorial Day and Veterans Day are noteworthy events honoring those who stood in the front lines for our freedom. Therefore, let us reinstate the first Monday of March to celebrate our rich history and cultural traditions. We need to connect our lives to the past. Our schools can use this event to reinforce our history and culture. It can be an economic advantage for our private sector endeavors as well. The important thing is to have a landmark tribute to celebrate who we are as a people. With this, we can reinforce the effort to propagate, perpetuate, and to preserve our cultural experience. My sharing may not be as compelling as what others may have presented or will present today. However, it is my thought. We may have discussion from opposite point of view rather than having the discussion as two opposing views. Let us make it complement each other for the greater good of our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Bloss, Mr. Gray, Mr. Quintanilla. Mr. Kanata. And Mr. Garrido. Mr. Bloss, please.
Thank you, Senator Morrison, for inviting me here. I'm a little bit exhausted. As you know, we're talking about heritage, language, culture. I've united over 2,000 people just this past Sunday of the Bloss family. It's a lot of research I've done for 21 years. But thank you for inviting me. Buenos dias, manana si Zeus and Hafade. Guahu si Senor Roland Bloss, tauto iseng sung zotnya. Lo guahu mapokse 16 años giza Los Angeles, California. Lo manainahu taza za tatna pomada fuminut samoro anay dumankluzu hulu giza California, Los Angeles. Zay samoro guihi mas man nun zan mandadanya. Lo nay dumankluzu ubira zu guini tati gitanota. Magov zu pago para bayo gaigi guini na organ ni para bayo nai hamzu dankulu na agradecimento zan respeto. Para si Senador Benjamin Cruz ni gumehilului esti na komiteyan ikuturata zan lokwi hago Senador respeto para hago Senador Chris Duenas, hago respeto lokwi para Brant McCreadie, Senador Mike St. Nicholas, amigo, zan hago lokwi Senador Ben Pangilinan. So gof tungo na gof untungo minut samoro za taga sa todo untatatsu para I lenguajita I hinengeta za nikuturata. Lo más especial para hago Senador Tom Morrison. Ni puri inengi nikuturata I lenguajita za ninengi ni tanota. Zan lokwi put esti na maniera zan apunto. Si Senador Tom Morrison hatugi esti na lai para uzama, uzao. Zan ubabay mata ni tautauta. Pues nihi zata agoti. Kanay, zata na laotla. Ta abiba, zanta abansa. I bandera ni tanota, I airi, itano, zanitasi. Hungan, I bandera ni tautauta, zan I islata guahan. Pues por favor, ni zata fanatsu, zata supporti si Senador Tom Morrison, zan todo samzu ni gumehilului ilai, zan tanai gracia si Zeus, I sainata, ni fumatinas esti natano guahan. Zan todos hit, ni manlalala guini natano. Pues nihi zata adzik azui unico na dia ni para te celebra zata canta agagan gini ni kurasonta. Fanogi tsamoro pud itanota. Canta I matunanya di todo I lugar. Para I honra, para I gloria. Abiba, abiba, abiba. I isla sen para. Hungan, sen para pago, sen para agupa. Zan todo I manmamayla na henerasyon. Yes, stand ye Guamanians for your country and sing your praises deeply from your heart from shore to shore. Indeed, let us be proud of our culture, our language, and our heritage, and we must, with togetherness and unity, promote, perpetuate, cultivate, by proudly, as one island and one people, keep alive every day the teachings of our ancestors and our own parents. And in their values of teachings, we must today and for all generations instill in the minds of our children. For Guam, our beautiful island, surely deserves a day of honor. I hope that this body of the legislature unites to pass Bill number 286 to make Guam what it surely and truly deserves, with honor the most highest value of our cultural teaching, respect. Respeto para todo, respeto para Manainata, respeto para Banderata, and respeto para Itanota. And indeed, I am one that was raised and grew up in Los Angeles, California. But deeply, it's not about our color of skin. It is not about our religion. It is not about the mixture of where we came. But it is about our culture, our history, our heritage, and our language. And I am one that came back to this beautiful island to live. But not only do I will speak and stand for our language, but I am one that knows how to speak it. I am one that I've inhaled and never forgot the teachings of my father David and my mother Irene. And they always told me to be proud who you are, never be ashamed in Los Angeles, and tell them you are from Guam. Never, never be ashamed, and do not act like the rest or be like others just because we come from a little island, but stand and be proud. And now we are here on our own island, this beautiful island we breathe and live. And today we must carry that same teaching of my parents, your grandparents, and our ancestors. Yes, indeed, be proud and pass it on to your children and all generations to come. And I humbly ask that you, the body of the legislature, never forget one thing. Democrats and Republicans, all 15 of you, when you stand in that session hall, as you pass and discuss all bills, the beginning of the session of that day you schedule, as the speaker does, you look at the altar of the session hall and you see two flags. The United States on the left side, which symbolizes Guam as the territory, but at your right side, all of you together with one voice, before you begin in discussion of respect, you look at that flag, the Guam flag, Ibanderata, and you sing with one voice, uniting with one people. You men and women of our leaders, the Guam legislature, please pass this bill. And that day, when this bill is scheduled in that session hall, I want you to remember and reflect that when you sing that morning or the afternoon, what hour they scheduled that session, you look at that Guam flag, and deep in your heart, no matter what color of your skin or lifestyle you live or what religion you believe, but you look at that one flag that will unite all of us. And may it remind all of you, be proud who you are, be proud Chamorros, and be proud as the leaders of this beautiful island we call our home, Guam. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloss. Mr. Gray.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Gray.
my grandparents, Tensei Alehu, Tensei and Rita Alehu, Lujan Blas. What I'm about to testify to all present here today is in metaphor, so please, if you can listen and follow with your minds. The show of hands, how many of us drove ourselves here today? While on your way here, I'm sure you were concerned about your surroundings and what's going on in your lanes, right? That would pretty much be how our senators feel about doing their jobs, making sure everything is in order. We are all going the most practical route. We will get to our destination, which is re-election. Well, if someone drove you here today, then you must have had a chance to notice our beautiful island scenery on your way here, giving you the sense of pride about our island. That would be us, the locals, for example. Well, if we were to have stepped back and really looked at our island, we would have noticed the vines growing all over the trees and vegetation our island has to offer, smothering our island. That would be our deficit or budget, preventing us from moving forward with what we know is right, as far as the beauty our island and culture have to offer. Where apparently money is what's stopping us from handling the problem with the vines, something our island, smothering our island. And let's not make that the reason for smothering our culture and who we are as a people. We created the deficit, which deals with dollar signs. Hey, senators, money comes and money goes. Timing and strategy can fix that. But losing our island beauty and its culture because of money being an issue, once our culture's gone, it's gone forever. There's no turning back. Senator, timing and strategy can't play a part in that. It wouldn't make a difference. Our children deserve better than that. Some of you senators discussing today's agenda to a constituent or another individual, you did that using our Chamorro native tongue. Well, lucky for you. But for myself and other Chamorros like me, whose parents wanted to prepare us for the American way of life by learning English instead of Chamorro, we couldn't understand your conversation. And that's a shame. Please don't take our heritage and culture language for granted. Let's make sure our children are able to understand who they are as well as their language, and don't let dollar signs deprive our future as a people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. Mr. Quintanilla.
Hafaday, the manana to Jews todos hamjukunin na senador ni Mangayi Gwini Nogan. Hafaday and greetings to all you senators here present. My name is Matthew Chaglif Quintanilla from the village of Enrahan, and I'm here today in support of Bill number 286 as a private citizen. This bill before you, elected official, not only creates a holiday to be observed, but it is a statement that symbolizes what Guam is. Guam history and heritage. History because of its many legends that surrounds this beautiful island, but also the countless stories that many of our manuncles have shared with us and hoping it wouldn't die with us. Speaking for myself and the experience growing up in Enlahan, there are many things that was passed down to me, my grandparents, my parents, aunts, uncles, that I share with my own children. But one thing, no one word that holds deep in my heart, that word is respeto, respect. Now, Webster Dictionary describes respect as a feeling of admiring someone or something that is good, valuable, important, etc. A feeling of understanding that someone or something is important, serious, and should be treated in an appropriate way. You see, many villages down south have grown up with their own unique idea of preserving their culture and heritage. Homatak, you have the Heritage Tour, which I took part several weeks back. And guess what? Even living in Inalahan, I never knew that the first public library situated in Umatic. The first Palacio was located right behind the church. You see, to this day, I'm still learning about my own culture, my own history. In Inalahan, Dr. Judy Flores spearheaded the creation of Gefpago and secured grants to rebuild historical homes. And through her hard work, our young generations in the village are benefiting from that. I'll give you one example. Pizza, everybody knows that. Sweet rolls and bread. These delectables are all came from G. Flores Houghton Bakery in Lahan. Not only do our young generations able to see how the bread, which pan is what's called in Chamorro, is baked without electricity or gas, but also the history of that oven called Houghton. Up in the north, Chamorros fought with federal governments to preserve a firing range being proposed on sacred grounds. When Hotel Nico was being built, they came across a sacred ground. That area was eventually preserved and now visited by a lot of visitors. In a recent article, Mr. Mark Baudega, chairman of the Guam Visitors Board, a non-Chamorro descent, echoes my concern on the preservation of history, culture, and heritage. Many may say, well, we are celebrating Mes Chamorro. I say that's not enough. Just like a birthday, an anniversary, you celebrate it for that unique individual. Our history predates the Spanish era, and archaeologists up to this day are still discovering artifacts from way past. In fact, some of those findings are echoed in the Manamco stories that are given to us. Many prominent men and women around the island, even Chamorros, criticized the recent executive orders creating March 3rd as Chamorro Heritage Day. But let me ask you, how many holidays are there on the books? And correct me if I'm wrong. I only found two: Guam Liberation Day and Santa Maria and Camalin. We have other federal holidays that we observe. Is that fair? Those individuals who we honor have never set foot on our island? Do you think the federal government is treating our Chamorro history with respect? I say no. We all know that because we're fighting the federal government for their cost of the sheriff to clean up or to dump. I'll go back to the meaning of the word respeto. A feeling of admiring someone, something that is good, valuable, and important. A feeling of understanding that something or something is important and serious and should be treated in an appropriate way. Let me ask you, do you think that celebrating our heritage, culture, and history is important and valuable? Do you think that we as citizens of this island are treated in an appropriate way? Do you think we deserve this day? I say yes, we do. Let me ask you, distinguished members of our legislature, when you go on vacation and you go to a place that you've never been, what is the one thing that you always want to do? You go sightseeing. You see what's unique about that particular place. Even in Hawaii, they're promoting their own Hawaiian culture and their way of living in the past. Hawaiians celebrate Kamehameha Day, which is celebrated on June 11. This holiday was established back in 1871 to celebrate King Kamehameha, the first unified ruler of the Hawaiian Islands. This holiday was not created by federal government or leaders. This was a royal proclamation that to this day has been observed. Another celebration they have is what they call Missions Day or Statehood Day, something that's very proud to them. And another day they have is Kuhi Day. I hope I'm not mispronouncing this name, but it's established in 1949 to celebrate the birthday of Prince Jonah Keon, an important Hawaiian figure who served as the second delegate to the U.S. Congress. The holiday that is celebrated by parade on the Oahu Island with luau's canoe race. What all these holidays represents of the Hawaiian culture and history. The Hawaiians are very proud of their holidays, and some incorporate those holidays in today's ways. These holidays were added to the federal government. We generally call them local holidays. Guam's private sector can benefit from this industry, from this day, the number one industry. For example, they can promote special packages to our visitors, offering unique tours, food tasting, cultural exhibits, having our Ma'amko come to the hotel and demonstrate what it is to be back then. We all think outside the box. The brilliant minds of Guam, we can surely come up with something to benefit their industry. I believe this is a huge marketing concept just waiting to reach its fullness. Why do you think the visitors come to Guam? It's not for the shopping. They couldn't do that in their own place. But they come to our island because of what we promote to them. Well, you might say we can do that while having a holiday. Let me ask you, do you? No, we don't. We talk about culture dying. Why let it die when we can do something about it? I read several articles on PDN, Mariana's Variety, about the holiday, and many comments are so one-sided. This holiday is not only about taking a day off, but should be a reflection to our younger generations about our history, our heritage, and our culture. Ask yourselves, when was the last time you sat down and shared your experience or stories that your Manamka has told you with the younger generations? We need to stop. We need to start. Let this be the day to start off, and they continue. My dear senators, you cannot always satisfy every constituent out there. There are pros and cons. But you need to look deep into yourselves and ask that very important question. Do you think our heritage and our culture deserves a special day? I say yes, we do. Thank you for allowing me to express my feelings, my opinions, and my concerns. Sujus Masi.
Thank you, Mr. Canciniza. Mr. Kanata.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Senators. My name is Joe Kinata. I'm here representing the Guam Preservation Trust as the Chief Program Officer, and we would like to express our supports to this bill for its intention, and its intention that is aligned with our mission, and our mission is to preserve and protect Guam's heritage. I also represent today as the chairman of the Humatek Community Foundation, and in support again of this bill. And if you had the opportunity to be down in Humatek during Discovery Day, you would have learned from our middle and high school students in Humatek that Miguel Lopez Legaspi had first came to Humatek. You would have learned from these kids that the first Catholic church, first Catholic Mass, was celebrated in the village of Humatek. You have also learned about the outdoor library, and you would also have a chance to learn about the story that we tell every year. A lot of people learn that story through the media, and you already know what happens there. But if you did come down to Humatek, you would learn so much more than the media says. So to make it short, we fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garrido.
Apade todos am juena uluni mane kung wow si Jose Ochoa Garrido and matuju gini para support I piniponimo paguna dia donkulestina significanti si tomuni para tae kungu paguna dia Senator Tom Morrison ja tardung I respetu put daddamu pagunadi. Put estia na piniponi. Da como ta comprendi todo afasti come kelegna a embroasa quartu meat onions na historian irasalta dan I tautauta. I came here to support your bill, 100%. But I would like to impart some of my contribution to perhaps gauge some brief understanding of our history as I see it and I studied it. It's such a long desire of our people to actually recognize that we do have a homeland. Guam is our home. Guam is our country. Guam is our nation. And so is the entire island of the Marianas. Let this be a beginning that will spread all the way up to Oracas in the Marianas Island. Because Guam is not only our homeland, to be exact, but also Saipan or Luta, Saipan, Tinian, Aguihan, Jan Iganisia. Our common denominator as Chamorros, as Chamorro people, is our mother. Our mother who gave birth to our people that began the Chamorro people of the Marianas. Archaeological evidence, as I am an employee of the government of Guam that works in the field of archaeology in connection with the Guam Historic Preservation Office. And there are many reports that indicate how long we have been on Guam and the Marianas. The archaeologists themselves are very stingy in actually recognizing how long we really are, because in their field they need to have more evidence before they open their mouth to say that we've been here 5,000 or 6,000 years. But the years that we normally would say is that we've been in the Marianas 4,000 years. The archaeological evidence that establishes who we are is 1,538 BC. And your bill began on that date. So it's actually significant because this bill nationalizes our history. And I am in favor of it being passed. Thousands of our ancestors were buried in these lands, in our land, and is still waiting for the action of the Guam legislature to work with the director of the Department of Land Management to establish the Naftan Mananata so that we can bury the thousands of our people that were excavated during the archaeological surveys that had been done for many years. Thousands of our people died also during the Chamorro-Spanish War, which began in 1672 and ended in 1695. And we are really in dire need of a holiday to memorialize those people who died and to celebrate our continued existence against all odds and adversities of war, genocides, and colonization. Now the question is, which day should this be that can embrace a single date where we can put this holiday and declare it to be our Guam National Day? And that, I think, requires a little bit of research by UOG, by the historians, and just pick a day that touches the deepness of our sense of being Chamorro. And I'm just thinking that although I respect Magalahi Kipuha for embracing the visitors, I just want to know that he didn't exactly accept the visitors the way that the books were telling us in our schools. He did not give the land to the Spaniards to build a church, for instance. It's a long story, but the day that Magalahi Hurao began his fight against the Spaniards in the Battle of Aguon seems to maybe giving us some hint of what day we can pick to actually pass this law and say, this is the day we will declare to have the Guam or the Guahan National Day or the Chamorro, the Guam History and Chamorro Heritage Day. Because, you know, when we hear Dr. Robert Underwood, he explained things and gives us a little bit of rearing back and maybe thinking that March 1st may not be exactly the most appropriate day. However, it is a significant month because we celebrate Chamorro month. And in celebrating Chamorro month, we want to pick a date to declare a day in that month or something that can connect with the Chamorro month and declare it Guahan National Day, like the declaration of Martin Luther King during the Black American heritage, right? And so it kind of like have a connection. But we're trying to find that date, Senator, and you're in the right path. The holiday should have a reference to the name Guahan. And it should also signify a nationalistic sense. After all, when you declare something, a reference to something as being a national holiday, it's a day it's an event of significant, something happened, significant event, like the speaker said. The walkout in 1949 could also be some kind of a reference to when this can be done. But we have to cover briefly the people that died during the Spanish Chamorro War or the Chamorro Spanish War, the people that died during World War II, the genocides that occurred, the discovery of our people of this island 3,500 years ago or 4,000 years ago, which in one whole holiday covers everything. can tell you, Senator, that with goose pimples and hairs up our neck, when that day comes when we can celebrate our own holiday, to celebrate our existence where no one else knows us, then that is the day that we should be very proud of. And Chamorro month, I've always considered that even though, in a sense, Chamorro month is to celebrate in the entire month our Chamorro tradition and culture, it is our national month. It's very significant because we recognize who we are and other people recognize who we are. It's just that we have to find this, where this bill fits in, where this day fit in. And I'm proud of the celebration of the Chamorro month. I'm proud, and because it keeps reminding us who we are. And remember, we don't all have to look Chamorro, but you and I know that the common denominator of a race, our race, is our mothers. And you can look up there. I'm not going to apologize to Senator McCreadie that he's not a Chamorro, but just being present in our island and having a connection of our people, you know, it's something that is embraced as being together. You're part of us. That's what it is. That's what being Chamorro is. And we must be proud of our culture and our tradition and everything that comes with it. It is Chamorro, 100%. And I in 100% support of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garrido. Next is Mayor Nito Blas, who was here early but I noticed left, Mr. Fred Gofigan, and Ms. Liz Antalon.
Excuse me, Speaker.
Yes.
My apologies. This is a scheduled event, and we're invited here to voice how we feel and all, right? And then you guys sit back there, discuss more, and then decide your decision if you're going to support or not. Excuse me. I'm trying to be calm about this because I'm pretty upset. We took time out here to come here and explain things to you about how we feel about something you're about to decide on. And I don't think all of you are seriously considering the subjects that were brought up today. You can't be listening to us if you guys are using your cell phones and using your pads or tablets or whatever you have, and then go back there and then make a decision on what it's going to be. You understand? You senators understand that. We put you there because you are our voice. We believe that you believe what we believe in. And you guys can't sit there and then go to the back after hearing all of us talk and make a decision on our behalf when you didn't even hear us because you guys are on your phone or something. You're texting or you're emailing or whatever. You guys got people in the office doing that for you. You can touch base with them when you get there. While we're here, you invite us here. Listen to what we have to say.
And I should
Because
explain.
I just read something that I took time out to write, and I don't even know if I said it right because I was too pissed off, trying not to say what I'm saying right now. Because I felt if I said it earlier, it would have came out more the wrong way. And I'm not trying to be a bad person. I'm not trying to say bad things to you. I'm just saying how I feel. We as a people put you guys there to listen and help in where we see we should be. You guys promised this and that to us, and we hear you, and because of that, we voted for you. Now you're sitting there, and you have a chance to do something that we feel is important to us, and now we're asking you to hear us because we heard you on your campaigning time. Now we're asking you to hear us, and you're going to go back there and vote on our behalf. And most of you guys don't know what's going on because you're busy, because you heard it before, you think you know, or you already made up your mind. Whatever the reason is, you guys just sit there and do this number here, and half the things I heard today, the first time I ever heard it, and I learned quite a bit. This is my first time ever coming to anything like this, and I learned quite a bit hearing people talk, where they came from, or whatever the case is. There's things I learned here today, and it's a shame that some of you didn't even hear it because you were busy doing something else. Keep the phones and everything in the back. Someone can, if it's not a life-threatening thing, they won't bother you. You understand? Someone back there will call you if someone in your family's sick or whatever. Right now, you're here for us. We're here for us. And we're here letting you know how we feel. Election time's coming up, and I'm going to see all you guys up there, all these good things going on. But I'm going to be looking differently now because of what I experienced my first time here in the legislature. Because I've seen it a few times on TV when the camera's going around. You guys are going to make a vote, but a lot of you are not even listening. And then you're going to sit down because your friend or your party there is voting for this, and well, okay, I'm not really sure, but yeah, okay, I'm going to stand by you on that. I'll support you because you're going to support me later, right? Okay, Chelu. No, come on, man. That's why we're still doing the same things we've been doing way back when. That's why we're still doing it. And it's going to continue because you're showing the new people how to do it. You're showing the new senators how to do that. And it's wrong. Because I'm so upset now. The experience here is just not right.
I should explain what happened earlier.
No, not
Joseph.
just you.
Joseph was
A lot
waving
of
his
them. There's one point where
iPhone
there's
at
five
me.
of you, and 3 of you were doing your electronic stuff. One was daydreaming, and only one was listening.
And I gave him that dirty look because he sent me a note while Telezero was
Understood,
speaking.
Senator. I'm not directing to
And
you. I'm not
it was
directing to
lifted up,
just
and
one
that's why
person.
I looked at him and I
If you were
didn't want him to send that note to me in the middle of that.
See, it's not just you. Look around you. Who's doing this? No, it's not just you either, Senator.
No,
I am just saying, I've seen it, and as a person who wants to come to you and tell you how I feel, what you're doing is important or not, I don't know. I'm just saying, my first time here, I want to tell you how I feel. When I see that you're not willing to pay attention, I'm not going to want to come.
No,
Which
you
means
bring
I'm not going to want to vote.
You bring up a very legitimate
You know
concern,
what I'm
but when I'm taking notes in terms of things that are being said, see, maybe it
Understood.
appears
Understood. I'm just
disrespectful.
saying that there should be people doing that for you. Lay it back or whatever. Someone doing it for you. Because what you're showing me as a first-time person here is falling on deaf ears. You guys are going to go back and make up your mind whether I came today or not. So I'm not going to come next time. You know what I'm saying? I'm still going to come next time. I'm just saying you're showing people. It's a waste of, that's why it's not packed here. That's why there's nobody here. I'd rather go drink with my party. Why am I going to sit there? They're not going to listen to you. Just watch. Go and see. That's what they're going to see when they come here is you guys, whether it's important or not, I'm saying this is my first time here and I see people who are supposed to be listening to my words. And I couldn't even concentrate on my words because I wanted to say something real, which is what I'm saying right now. Because I didn't want to say it in the wrong way. I hope I'm not offending you. You guys have my respect as far as that, but for me to approach you, I'm feeling like, why? Why? Why do all this here? If you guys are not going to pay attention and go back there and vote on my behalf. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I had to say it.
No, I'm glad you did.
Thank you.
Fred?
Okay. Buenas tardes. My name is Fred Governor, resident from Maltec and Vice Chairperson for the Maltec Community Foundation. Buenas, Senator Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to testify in support of Bill 286. We should have a holiday commemorating our existence as a people, Chamorro. How could we ask U.S. and others to recognize us as Native Americans when we do not take pride in ourselves? We recognize other holidays imposed on us
but yet not our own. Yes, I want the people coming to our island to know who we are. I wish for all of us to read the translated manuscript by Fray Juan Pobre de Zamora on his account while staying on Guam. I'm just going to give you a brief excerpt of this writing. In talking to one of his friends who lived on Guam, Sancho, until his mealtime, please tell me about the nature of these Indios so that, God willing, I will be able to give an account of it. I trust in God that they will be converted eventually, because I have noticed during the short time that I have been with them, they are peaceful people, are of a peaceful nature. Much more so than we, meaning Spaniards, replied Sancho. They keep peace, love each other, and care for one another. Yet they are not Christians as we are. But now, because I want to satisfy your desires, I will tell you all I know about their customs, occupations, and about their rituals and ceremonies. And goes on to describe the way of life, but here it goes. They are naturally kind to one another. And that's all of you. That's all of us, Chamorros. And I know that in your heart is a flicker of flame wanting to know who you are. Well, here's someone that describes who we are as a people. Before the Spaniards, Japanese, and the Americans came in, but we started losing our customs and our way, and something that's ingrained in us, in our heart, as long as we start becoming more individualized. It says, at the present time, they are at peace, but from time to time, they are very young. They practice to become skilled in the use of their weapons, such as dart throwing and the use of sling. They are used offensively, defensively against those with whom there will be a war, something that usually occurs between people of coast from one coast to another. They are so loving that during all the time I've spent with them, as an eyewitness, I have never seen the people of any village quarrel amongst themselves. Surely this puts the people of our country, which is Spain, to shame, for there is hardly a peaceful home, to say nothing of a peaceful village. Indeed, these are such peace-loving people that can hardly know what to say when they see so many things, so much of it being among so-called savages, yet so little among Christians. They have the other customs that rebound to the praise of God. And because of them, I believe He will have mercy on them, for they are naturally very compassionate people. On the day an Indio or Chamorro is ill and cannot go fishing, his son will appear on the beach at the time the other village fishermen are returning. The latter will know that the father or brother is ailing, and consequently they will share some of their catch with them. Although he may have a house full of salted fish, they will give him some of the fresh catch, so that he will have it to eat in that day, the day when the master of the house, or his wife or his child falls ill. The relatives in the village will take dinner and supper to them, for which will be prepared for the best food they have in the house. This is continued until the patient dies or recovers. At the very least, it is continued 9 to 10 days. When their houses are old, or when they wish to repair or rebuild them, all the relatives, neighbors in the village gather necessary materials. On the designated day, they will get together to construct it, even though it may be from ground up, and within half a day or 2 or 3 days, they will complete the house for him. They are the best natives houses I've seen, because they were built in stone pillars. And it goes down to say that so strong are the bonds among friends that they have to say in everything they do or do not do. When they meet, they embrace and walk among the village in arm or one with arms around the other's neck. Boys make compacts with each other and promise eternal friendship with a great purity, quite contrary to the pitiful, miserable custom that is found in many places in Europe, which is to be regretted, especially among Christians. And I ask all of us to read this, because this is true history of who we are. But the more we become individualized, that's when we lose our culture. And today is a good example of us getting together to recognize who we are as a people. I mean, people talk about Discovery Day. Yes, Magellan this, Magellan that. But what it did is it showed, look behind it. It showed that he was starving, but our people opened their hearts to them to feed them. And that's who we are. At the same time, and my latest thing to people is don't take my goodness as my weakness. Because that's who we are as a people. People tend to take our goodness as our weakness. But yet, here we are today, still resilient in spite of all the atrocities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goffigan. Ms. Ancelon?
Hi, Senators. This is my first time, too. I've worked here in the legislature before, but this is the first time I've entered the public hearing room to make some kind of statement. I didn't prepare nothing in writing. This is coming from my heart. I would like to share with you something that I experienced, because I've been gone for a while, and due to the shutdown that we had at the facility of PwC. So basically, I went to America, right, to establish ourselves back with the careers that we're continuing, and I've actually had my family brought there. While I'm there, I've exposed the culture and our heritage to my children, and now I have grandchildren. Since my father passed away this 2011, I decided to say, wait, I'm not ready to leave. You know, I feel like I'm back home. I have my mother here with Dad, and I want to just continue life because I've just recovered cancer, and I wanted to have a mission in my lifetime to actually get exposed more now to my heritage and my culture, since I still have that time in life. And I went to this gathering that Mom said that they have for Discovery Day, and pretty much I'm trying to get back in track. And what I'm hearing is that we have to go and find out if the senators can help this bill to pass. I'm like, how long has it been since we haven't had something like this? Isn't this something we should offer our people? We may have a lot of us been gone from Guam, but back there, their hearts are grabbing every moment of their time to spend time with each other because we're far from home. But we still carry our heritage and our culture there. And yet I still have children and grandchildren there that are going to come back home, and they're going to be exposed to something we were taught by our parents and our grandparents. A couple of months ago, my mother sat down with me and she spoke to me about how her life was struggling after the war and before the war. But here I am trying to find out why we're here today to try and help you senators understand why we're trying to bring out our feelings. And that's all I have today, is to bring it out from my heart. There's a lot of us that are my generation probably saying, oh my goodness, there's Liz, she's on TV. Well, let me say this much. Hello there, everybody from Guam. Yes, those of you who know me, yeah, okay, I'm here. But this is my chance to share with our senators that you have chosen to be elected here in Guam. And please, all I'm asking that, I don't have it in written paper right now, but I'm speaking from my heart. Please give us the opportunity to be proud of our heritage and our culture, because a lot of us are not all Chamorros here. Even you senators are not all Chamorros. Some of you, I bet, didn't understand the Chamorros that spoke Chamorro. And obviously, you can see that my accent is so used to the US of A, but I still can understand Chamorro. But I am not just going to make it this much time in my life after recovering from cancer and find out that the people of Guam is still waiting for something like this to be in a calendar. What I need to share with my grandchildren, which you are going to do the same thing, please offer this opportunity for us people. It is the indigenous thing we have to be proud of. We don't have a Guam flag in California and San Diego and Washington to wave and tell you, hey, we're having this thing right now, we're celebrating this. And I come home and actually I find myself in a public hearing room trying to share my feelings for them. My children, my grandchildren are not here, but they're going to come back home and they're going to say, Nana, so what did we miss out? Hey, we're going to have something celebrated on this date. Which, unfortunately, I'm not sure whether you're going to pass this bill, but I'm hoping and praying. And I even told, I made a statement to Mr. Morrison on Facebook. So why is this a question to be asked? Why can't we have the opportunity to just say, we senators should put this out and let it be known that this is the culture and the heritage we have to live with. And yet the people of Guam are choosing you to be sitting there. Hello, offer us something to be proud of, because you sat there and had us voters to make you proud of. And by the way, I've just started to get registered. So you know what? I just started to get registered since I'm back home. And obviously, I'm going to be attending some pocket meetings, and there's one also tomorrow in my village. So what I share with you today is coming from my heart. I'm not here to act like I'm on anybody's side. I'm on the side of where my mom, who came with me, and we had a banana today and an orange juice because we said we're going to skip breakfast. I didn't even make lunch for my husband. So anyways, my mom, Maria Flores Farron here, she has a mother who's going to be 99 years old. And believe it or not, she's still here and she's healthy. And she and I can sing dandan and panderetas and whatever song we remember in the novenas and everything. So why I'm asking you from my heart and all the people of Guam, from our hearts, from your generation to my mother's generation and everyone else's, that your kids going to have their generation. We need this bill to pass, because I need my grandchildren, their children, to come around and say, wow, at least I get to learn where we came from. At least we get that chance to say, well, it didn't die. You know, we're all back there, but we still share these moments about Guam. So why am I here? And I'm still wondering, how come we don't have that? I have a father who's gone, and yet that father of mine told me he was in the Air Force, and he said, you know, 4th of July, I get these nagging headaches because boom, 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 he's remembering how it was during the war. I want my dad to celebrate the time when he was alive, and that's how grateful I am. And my mother is still here, and my grandmother is going to be 99, which I hope you guys make a resolution for her soon, because she has really lived a long time. And I hope I live long enough as she did, and I hope you do too. But since you have been chosen by the people to sit there as our wonderful senators of Guam, I see Mr. B.J. Cruz, you are an outstanding person. I've met you before. And Mr. Pangilinan, I know you guys are new. Oh, Mr. Frank Aguon, you are also a seniority of my memory since I've been gone and came back. I'm grateful to have you guys serving our island. But remember, basically look at what's happening to me. I had to leave because of career rise. We didn't have enough to keep us here with jobs. So we got transferred. But I'm back on Guam, and I'm so excited. I really want my children and grandchildren to come back and say, wow, I really can't wait to stay here. They don't even want to live in California anymore. They go, what's that noise, Nana? I said, that's the chicken and the roosters. And then they go, what are you doing? I was sitting on a kamdu, basically kamduing a coconut. Nana, what are you doing with that? What is that? I said, it's a coconut. Why do you do things like that? It's going to get cut. Why are you sitting on that thing? I said, because my grandma and my mother taught me this. And it's made during their times. So likewise, I go to California, and yes, of course, there's dishwashers and, stoves. But we actually were literally taught the way our parents taught us and our grandparents. And everybody that I've met in the mainland, they're so proud of their heritage and their culture. So why don't you just open your hearts? I know you basically got a job to do, and there's money that has to deal with this. But actually, coming from my heart, I hope somebody's watching this thing on the channel, because really, I want all of Guam. I wish they were all here. Actually, I would have gone to school and talk to the principals. Why don't we have students come here and go to the public hearing? Because we really need to reach out for this bill to pass. But yes, basically, senators, I'm not asking you for your compassion, your patience, or whatever it is that you're having trouble by money. I'm really asking of this because it's from my heart. Basically, it's a tradition that we often have to hold on to. And we don't wave that Guam flag in California and Washington for nothing. And we don't have your pictures on your phone books where they mail it to us so that we can understand who have been chosen and who's helping our island stay well. But give us the chance, please, to have this bill passed because it's really something that means a lot to me and my grandchildren and to the tourists. I would understand I can't go to Cabras Island to go where my fishing grounds is anymore. At least I give that to you guys to go ahead and give the tourists. But don't take that away from us where it is our culture and our heritage that we want to celebrate. Please, honor us because we are the ones who's actually hoping to be recognized. This is the land that we were born and raised. I have children who are not Chamorro. I have children who are Filipinos, and I have children who are African black, Alaskan black. But I still need to teach them who we are and where we come from and what island we're really from. We may be far, but we're very well appreciative to have different nationalities come to our homes and we share these things with them. But now that I'm back home, come on, please. I love Guam and I'm never going to stop wanting to be here. And I know my children are asking to hurry up and come back, but still, I feel like I'm not ready to go because this is something I want to be able to have the chance to live here and enjoy. Thank God I'm still alive and I recovered my cancer, but let me tell you guys, time is essence and patience the virtue. If you've got the patience to be in there to serve our island, then please help us deserve the time we've been waiting for. What's the point? What's the point? We're all in one nation and we all share every bonding we have with different nationalities. But respect the people that really wants this. Respect what we want because it is the culture that we are on this island. We're not actually discriminating anybody else's culture or anything. I'm so grateful we're all united. But we gotta learn to live with the fact that this is our culture. And I wanna understand that to really, you know what? I need to be proud of my parents and grandparents, especially the one that's still alive. I don't know how many of you lost your loved ones, but let me tell you, while they're still here, I hope they get a chance to see this bill pass. And for one thing's for sure, I'm going to be so grateful that we can celebrate one day and let the tourists see what it's like to really have, to understand our culture and our heritage, to understand why we're gathering together with the kids from the school. I even have kids from California who can speak Chamorro better than I do because they were attending the classes here in Guam. During my time, I got in trouble with my long hair. All I said was, Lanya, man. And all of a sudden, the principal took me up to her office, and they tied both of our long hairs back to back because we weren't allowed to speak Chamorro during that time. So from this day on, ever since I've been gone from Guam, I've spoken the language with my children and grandchildren. But I really, really would love to see this happen for the people of Guam. I know it's a tough task, but it really is important. Please. I know we're hungry to go eat lunch, but I'm hungry for the passion right now for this bill to pass. This is what I'm starving for because I may not live long enough to see it happen, but if it does before I go, then hoorah, I'm going to be out there campaigning for you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm a new registered voter, and if you really want the respect of how we understand you're there in those seats to serve the island of Guam, believe it or not, I'm already out of this program where I want to work. I'm going to be with my mom for the rest of her life. And until that time happens where I'm still here or, please, I'm a new registered voter, so, I have my trust in you. Keep in mind that I know you have a tough job, but we too, we are parents and grandparents already. So let my generation, me, for speaking for my generation now and everyone else's, please support this bill. What's so hard? It's the indigenous thing that we want. What's so hard about it? If it's money, let me tell my kids, you can only choose one thing when you go in the store. But when I come in here and I ask for one thing from you, I don't know how much it's going to cost for you to do that for us. But let me tell you, the value of that money you're worried about, worry about the value about what we carry in our hearts. Worry about that. Because this is why you're here. This is why you're in there. The people had the value in their hearts for you. Now give back to the people that have the value that we need back to respect our culture. That's all we're asking. Guam is Guam. California is California. I've been to Cesar Chavez on function, and let me tell you, if they can come to Guam and visit our island, we have this holiday, believe it or not, we're going to have tourists wondering, wow, this is really nice. Now we can understand what Guam is about. You know, not just the souvenirs you find at the stores. You need to have a little bit of time to see whether these kids could come and have a little bit exposure with, you know, mestizas or whatever. But to tell you the truth, you guys, maybe you think it's not all that for you, but it is for me and the people of Guam. And from this day forth to the day I'm gone from this world, you're going to have to hear from me. You're going to have to hear from me. Because I'm not going to be in any side of government or federal. I'm going to be on the side of my mother. And you know what? She's retired. So if you want to have a personal attack with me, fine. But let me tell you, the rest of my life that I'm going to be here, I'm going to be watching out for you guys. Because you know what? The people chose you. And you know what? You have the guarantee of the people's votes. Because you know what? I'm going to guarantee you're going to vote for this bill. I'm going to guarantee that. And as I told Mr. Morrison, why do you worry? The Lord probably put this up, had you brought this bill up because there's something that the people's been waiting for. It wouldn't have just dawned on him to put it there. Actually, the people's been trying to cry for that. And I'm crying for that now because I've been gone too long. And by the way, you guys, the seals that you have there, my husband Coltree does that in the mainland. Why they ask, what is this? I said, this is like an heirloom of our family. We respect what this seal symbolizes. And I swear to you, one child said to me, my Nina's not yet done dancing in the dancing floor, but I really want that, Auntie. And I don't know who's this kid. Till they got tired of dancing at the dancing floor of the poor kid, I just said, you know what, here, take this for $5. Because he only had $5. You know why? He didn't even understand, but when I talked to him about what Guam Seal is all about and why we're making this as a cultural thing we do, because it's our culture. It's our culture. And they flash the things that are like Guam Seals that my husband makes too, that are necklaces. And they flash it when they go dancing up in the floors. Filipino, blacks, you name it, Chinese, Vietnamese, they're all at a Chamorro gathering. Now that I'm back in Guam, can we please have a celebration for our people of Guam? Please? Solomon, I don't know where he went, but you know what? I'm still not counting that. That's an accountability right there for me. You know what? Martin Gray. But you know what, you guys, just stick it out and be proud. Be proud. You're on Guam. Be proud the people selected you. Hey, give us the chance to enjoy this day. Please. And Nita, honestly, I think we're all getting hungry here.
I know you're hungry, but I really do think that in defense of this legislature, I have to speak.
Yes, sir.
This legislature, it's not an issue of money. Because this legislature last year appropriated $125,000 to a group that was going to be putting together a program for PBS and for Sorensen to try to teach the young children values and the Chamorro language. There was no issue with that. One of the hardest things for me in coming to this legislature was giving up my chairmanship of Pa'atautotano. You may have been gone, but Pa'atautotano was started 14 years ago. I was the founding chair. And until I became chairman of tourism and culture, this legislature was willing to appropriate every year of $125,000. One year we went up to $200,000 to Pa'atautotano. We started out with one dance guma. We now have 11 gumas throughout the island That's the kind of stuff that we've been working about. Mr. Quintanida's thing about trying to do things at the hotels. When I was chairman of Patatotano, we had people at the Reef Hotel and at the Hilton where they were doing the weaving outside for the tourists. This has been going on, and unfortunately, people just didn't know about it. I don't know how many people went for the 2 weekends that they had the first week in February in Ilahan, where we were celebrating dance, culture, and storytelling, and they did it 2 weekends in a row, all right? And then they did it again this last weekend. Every year for the last 10 years, Patatotano has sponsored Duenas, which is a dance festival that goes 2 days at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. We've been trying to perpetuate the culture. Patatotano has now received over $4 million in grants from the American Administration for Native Americans. And we've got the matching grant from the legislature all those years. We've had language grants, we've had dance grants, we now have a grant to try to bring back Cantan San Marita. So this legislature has been trying. Don't think that you may not find it if you go through the 300 pages of the budget, but this legislature is doing that.
Okay, wonderful.
And I'm just saying,
Wonderful.
and the thing is that it shouldn't be celebrated one day, it should be 365 days.
Correct.
And so just be aware that there's much going on around the island, and we really should participate in that. And if we're not participating in it, then we're not being aware of what is happening throughout the island in the various celebrations and the preservation of our culture. But this legislature, I'm very proud of the fact that even before I came to the legislature 10 years ago, that they were contributing an annual appropriation to Patatotano. Senator Ben has two, I keep calling his pet projects, Tasi and Tasa, on trying to rebuild the Galaidi and the Sekman. And we're all doing things in our own different ways. And don't ever be mistaken that this legislature is not behind trying to preserve the culture. This one celebration, there was that one issue initially about whether or not we celebrate Discovery Day. And I think Congressman Underwood addressed that in the very beginning, because as I said to Senator Morrison, I'm not going to be one that's going to be celebrating the Spaniards who brought syphilis, smallpox, and slaughter to the people. But I would be willing to celebrate the Chamorro chiefs that we have in the posters, or Hurrao, or the day of the walkout, whatever those things are, but to just focus on that word discover. We were here 4,000 years before the Spaniards found us.
Right,
And so what we're trying to do, and so I was happy to have this hearing once it changed to celebrate Chamorro heritage. That to me is more important than the Spanish discovery.
That's true. Well, actually, what I thought maybe that you were trying to incorporate the name of that day, and somehow I had a few comments out there, I guess, with some of the constituents that were supposed to do their speeches today. So they shared their comments with me. So somehow I just started to gather all this, but all I told them is that I wanted to come here to express something from my heart for this bill, because for those of us who have been gone far too long, and when we come home, it's like it hurts my heart to not be able to have that much of a gathering. I wish the concept was more altogether. Like let's say Discovery Day is for Magellan. That's wonderful, and the plans he has for the home structures and stuff like that is great. I'm just wondering if this is the bill that is supposed to unite all the Chamorro families to really celebrate on that day.
I think the problem is trying to have one day, but we should have celebrated the 3 weekends that they had down in Iran. We should celebrate the weekends that's at the university. I'm not going to ask you publicly how many of those you've attended, because
I can't wait.
Yes, and I'm just saying there's plenty going around this island, and it doesn't have to be just one day in March. There are important things that we have to celebrate. But please, if you go through the budget, and especially if you go to the miscellaneous appropriations, you will find over the last 10, 15 years, even before I came here, that this legislature has been very supportive about supporting PA'a, supporting Inetnigaf Pago, supporting Inlahan Foundation in appropriations to try to preserve and protect what they're doing, their efforts to preserve the culture.
That's beautiful, Senator. I just wanted to see that we're basically focusing on a day for this event that is for the Bill 268. So what I was just trying to allow myself is to direct myself in that path. I know that every other place has got their fortunate timing for everything to be appropriate for them. But what I was hoping to see is that I can see this culture being more exposed with our families united on that day. Because it's not only for us, it's for the tourists, the people who are from outside. Imagine how many of the kids would be there and have other people's kids and their parents travel here as tourists, and they'd be sharing their conversations with them, saying, "Oh, this is our island of Guam." Things like that. It's so educative.
When I was chairman of PA'a, we had 4 celebrations a year. In May, we had Dinanya Kanten Tomorrow, and that was to write new Chamorro songs. In September, we had Ganini Fasis and Itano, the arts and culture. In November, we had Historia Nitanos and Itasi. And then in February, we had the big Dinanya Minago, the dance competition. And so I'm just saying, it has been going for some time. And unfortunately, those of you who were away, or those of you that aren't paying attention to it when you're here, you think that nothing's happening. But I'm telling you, from the one gumat that we had 14 years ago to now 11 gumats throughout the island, we have gumats, Inetnigaf Pago and Kapa Tautatana are sending dance masters, Frank Rabon, and yesterday they had a fundraiser in Inarahan to send master dancer or dance instructor Fafinogi Vince Regis to California because they're starting dance groups in California, in Washington D.C., in Washington State. So we are trying to preserve, and a lot of that is being supported by appropriations from here. So please don't think that this legislature is
not I didn't actually
paying
direct
attention
it in that manner. I understand you're gathering all these activities that have already been established, and during those past years, you've had all these operating for those purposes. I only walked in here for the purpose of this bill because I am recognizing it for the culture and the heritage of our people. I understand that you have all these focused on their functions and what activities they want to have, but actually I'm only following this bill because it symbolizes our culture and our heritage. I understand there's, like I said, you have these activities for dancing and music and everything, but that one day is basically how I'm seeing this bill, is because we're trying to expose the truth of what our culture is. That is what my heart is telling you, Senator, if I haven't reached that to you.
I'm telling you, I've been there,
understand
and
there's
I'm
so
just
many
saying,
activities at UOG. There's activities
your children
downtown
to
at
these
Tumon.
things.
But what I'm saying is that I walked in here to honor the bill that is for our culture and our heritage. It is a one-day vision where we need to see that not just the flag that we do see it waving Guam, it is our lives and our culture and our heritage. That is this thing that I'm here trying to say. I'm in support of this bill because it is a matter to my children, grandchildren, every generation that comes along. That's all I'm asking. I'm so proud of all the other activities. I can't wait to go and participate with them because I need a lot of catching up to do. But this is a bill that's been mentioned, and this is what I'm trying to devote my time today. Like I said, I only had a banana and OJ, so I know we're all hungry. Okay, so
Thank you
thank
very
you
much.
for your time and everything. It's quite delayed already for everybody to want. They're in a hurry to go already. So.
All right. Thank you very much. And
Okay, thank
with that,
you.
we'll adjourn.